All right, everyone, we are back. Sorry, we had a little communication error with all of our system. Everything kind of went down. We're getting it slowly back up and going for you. No runs have been scored in the first and second innings. Pretty uneventful innings as they were. So we're going to kind of get you back going, as right now coming up to bat for the Greenville Lady Bears, number 6, White, just took a ball. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here she's the first batter here in the third inning. I want to thank you, everyone, for staying with us through the technical problems, as that is going to be a strikeout for White. Oh, I'm sorry, they didn't call a walk. Yeah, the way the umpire motioned at first, I thought he called a strikeout. No, called a walk. That's going to send the runner down to first base here in the top of the third, as the Greenville Lady Bears have the first batter on. Coming up to bat now, Henderson for the Lady Bears. Oh, I'm sorry, Jacobs coming up to bat for the Lady Bears. That's going to be a strike. We had a pickoff attempt down to first. Nothing doing. Jacobs drew a walk in her first at bat. She's going to be trying to get on base. Swing and a miss. That's going to be a ball and 2 strikes. Brewington dealing so far for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. It's going to be high for ball 2. Jacobs takes a step out. As 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here is the pitch. Swing and a miss. That's going to be the first out of the third inning, as Jacobs strikes out. Coming up to bat will be the pitcher for the Greenville Lady Bears, Rainwater. Doing pretty well so far on the pitching side of things. She's going to try to extend her good game so far to the batting side. In her first at bat, she struck out in the first inning as she takes a ball. It is 1 ball, 0 strikes. And there's going to be strike 1. As Brewington going to continue, as that's going to be down the third baseline, but foul. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes for Rainwater. It's a pitcher versus pitcher battle here in the third inning. Rainwater takes her stance, swings through it. That's going to be strike 3, Rainwater's second strikeout of the game, second strikeout of the inning as well for the Lady Bears. Now coming up, we have number 14, Kayla Hill. She's at shortstop today. Struck out in her first at bat, as that's going to be fouled straight back against the netting, helping protect all the fans from wayward balls today. As Brewington takes a second, now back on the mound for the pitch. It's going to be called a ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike for Hill. Are we back? There we go. Now we go. Technical errors all around today as we are back. Yeah, maybe might have the equipment out here in the sun. Might be getting a little warm. Might be causing problems. Don't know. We got everything worked out. We're glad to be back here with you. Here for the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament 2022 at Three Rivers College. We are currently tied at 0. Up at the bat, Hill for the Greenville Lady Bears. 1-2 count. Swing on a foul it back to the first base side. Hill in her first at bat struck out. Just trying to move the runner and keep this inning going here in the third inning of the scoreless game so far. And here comes the pitch. And that's going to be fouled back to the backstop. Keeping the at-bat alive, Hill is going to force Brewington to throw a few more pitches. Get that pitch count up. Could come into play as we get later in the game today. Here comes the pitch. And that fouled off again. We got quite a battle going on here. As Hills looks like she's getting frustrated, but she's doing a good job fouling off these pitches, keeping this at-bat going. All right, and it is a 1-2 count. Hills fouled off 3 pitches now, and that's going to be right in front of the pitcher. She's going to throw it over to first. Oh, and it's going to be dropped as she is safe at first. Hill gets to first base on an error on the first baseman. Had it in her grasp, just unable to keep a hold of it as Hill's going to get to first base. As now we have Kenzie Hill coming up to bat, 2 on, 2 outs, runners at first and second. Kenzie Hill struck out in the first inning. She's going to try to get some runs on the board here in the third. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be low. Looked like the Bears might be thinking about trying to double steal there, decided against it. Hill staring down the pitcher, ready for the next pitch to come. That is going to be a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. If Hill's able to continue this inning, coming up next will be Dakota Friley. She is playing center field today. Swings through it and gets a foul tip. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes as the Lady Bears are down to their final strike of the inning. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. That's going to be a strikeout as the Lady Tigers able to get out of a jam. We're going to the bottom of the third inning. It is tied at 0 here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. You're watching live on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, and we are back here at the 2022 Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament at Three Rivers College in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Looks like we have got coming up for the Lady Tigers here in this inning, Street, Beasley, and back to the top of the order, Cheney, 8, 9, and 1 hitters. As here comes the first pitch to Street. That's going to be strike 1. Rainwater pitching for Greenville has had a pretty good day so far. Going 1, 2, 3 in the first inning with a strikeout. In the second inning, she allowed a runner on a single, the only hit of the game, but was able to get a strikeout to Williams to end the inning and get out of that jam. Here comes the pitch, and it is high to Street, who is the designated hitter for today. Kristen Street. Her first at-bat of the afternoon. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Swings through it, and that is going to be a 2-2 count, strike 2 called. on the swing and a miss by Street. All right, and here's the 2-2 pitch. As she watches strike 3 there on the outside corner, Street will head back to the dugout with a strikeout looking. That is going to be the 3rd strikeout of the day for Rainwater. Coming up in the 9 spot, playing in right field, it is going to be Grace Beasley, as the first pitch is passed for a strike. Beasley back in the box. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. High for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Beasley stares down the pitcher. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be strike 2 as Beasley watches it go by. Waiting for that perfect pitch, but she's down to her last strike. Had to start swinging a little bit. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Takes it up and in. Ball 2. 2-2. 1 out. Here for Grace Beasley. It's Harley Rainwater putting on a gem so far here today. Only faced 1 above the minimum. And that ball is foul right back. Had the right timing, just a little bit low. It's going to stay 2 balls and 2 strikes. We are here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. Glad to have everyone joining us here this afternoon. Comes the 2-2 pitch. Oh, got her with the changeup way out ahead, as that's going to be the 2nd strikeout of the inning for Rainwater. Cheney stepped up to bat. She grounded out on a bunt to start the game. And here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Rainwater's doing an excellent job keeping these innings short so far. Here comes the 2nd pitch. Oh, that is up. Looks like could be in no man's land, and that is going to drop for a single. Cheney gets on with a long single right into the middle of the center fielder, shortstop, and second bases. No one was able to get to it, and that's going to be the 2nd base runner of the day for the Greenville Lady Bears. All right, coming up, Becca Brewington for the Lady Bears, the pitcher, as we have another pitcher battle like we had in the first inning and 3rd inning. As we got a stolen base opportunity down to 2nd, and she is thrown out on the base pass. Cheney gets gunned down by the by the Clearwater, by the Greenville catcher. Excellent throw to knock out Cheney, and that is going to do it for the 3rd inning, as we are still tied at 0. And I want to thank everyone for joining us at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, being brought to you by Day One Chiropractic. That's right. Do you ever wake up in the morning feeling stiff and sore? Well, Dr. Sean and Megan Knive have opened Day One Chiropractic and are there and ready to help you feel better. Give them a call, 573-772-5451. Also being brought to you by Southern Care and Comfort In-Home Agency. Let our company care for you and your loved ones the way we care for our own. Southern Care and Comfort, 573-686-2273. Also being brought to you by JG Construction. Free estimates, call Joe Gloyd today at 573-300-0560. As the wind picks up here at Three Rivers College, I have to keep everything from kind of going out everywhere as we go now to the top of the 4th inning and the bottom of the 3rd. 2 strikeouts, a single, and then a caught stealing ended the inning for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. As we now go to the top of the 4th, coming up for the Greenville Lady Bears, we're going to have the center fielder, Friley, along with Blackburn and Looney. That's the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. Coming up first, 17 Friley. She struck out looking in the second inning. She is going to Dakota Friley, going to lead off the fourth here. As we're going to get into your comments here in just a little bit. Glad to have everyone here with us. Just be sure and comment. We are watching on Facebook and YouTube. We'd love to see who you're supporting today here for the Ozark Foothills Conference. As the first pitch is a called strike. Second pitch is high. It is a ball. It is a 1-1 count to Friley here at the top of the fourth. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be low, ball 2. 2-1 count for Friley.
You got it, Coda. You got it.
Count is 2-1. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. It is now 2-2.
Hey, head on it. Head on it. You got it.
And here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's going to be popped up and out. Almost to the Lady Raiders softball kind of field house over there.
You got it, Cody. You got it.
It is a 2-2 count for Friley. And that's going to be taken low. It is a full count here to start off the top of the fourth inning.
Anything close, Cody? You got it. You got it.
And here comes the pitch. And she takes a strike looking on the inside corner. That is the 7th strikeout of the game for Brewington today. Coming up to bat, Blackburn, the third baseman. And that's going to be a strike down on the corner. There are comments. Glad to have everyone here. It is tied at 0. And we have a shot to the shortstop, but she's able to get the put out for the second out of the inning. As Blackburn will take a seat on the 6-3 put out. Coming up will be Maddie Looney for the Greenville Lady Bears. She is playing second today. Looney takes her stance. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be a strike on the corner. Brewington just keeps on dealing strikes. We have a 1-1 count, and here's the pitch, and that's going to be fouled off to the first base side. It's now a 1-2 count. I was waiting to get the ball back in. Brewington takes her stance. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be low in the dirt. Ball 2. 2-2 count. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. As the wind's picking up again, and that's going to be strike 3 called. Second strikeout of the inning. Second strikeout looking. And that's going to do it for the Greenville Lady Bears. They go down in order. It is tied at 0 here in the middle of the fourth inning. We'll be back with more of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. Coming up in the bottom of the fourth for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. We got Brewington starting out. And that first pitch is going to be a base hit to the left field as Brewington's going to stop at first. She takes first. That is going to be the third hit of the day for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. That's going to be the first for Brewington. She struck out in the first inning. Now coming up at catcher for the Clearwater Lady Tigers is going to be number 16, Reagan Scherer. She struck out. She flew out in the first inning to finish that inning. Third out. Takes the ball for the first pitch out of this at bat. Here comes the second. That's put up in the infield. Looks like center fielder is under it and is unable to come down with the catch. Only able to advance one base is Brewington because she had to be mindful of the possible catch as we have runners on first and second. As Scherer takes first base, 2 on, nobody out. Something brewing here for the Clearwater Lady Tigers in the bottom of the fourth. Up to bat, Riley Hurt in the second inning. She got the first out. She takes ball high, 1 ball, no strikes.
Time it up, white back drive.
You got it, Harley, you got it.
Outfield, you got to read it in the outfield.
Mary Lee, glad to have you watching here from Poplar Bluff, as that's going to be a foul ball right here in front of us down the third base line. 1 ball, 1 strike. We are tied at nothing, but the Lady Tigers have something brewing here in the bottom of the fourth. The runners on first and second, nobody out. And that ball is going to be through. We have a possible run. Oh, they're going to hold up the runner. Now, did she get back? She did not. She rounded the base a little too far and is caught trying to get back to third. That's going to put Brewington out. She advanced to third and then was caught just going a little bit too far. And is going to be the first out of the inning. As Scherer advances to second and Hurt takes first base. Coming up, Eaton for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Georgia Eaton will take her stance. First pitch is high, ball 1, 2 on, 1 out, 1-0 count. Brewington just got a little too excited. Was going to think about trying to go home and ran into the stop sign, and while trying to get back was tagged out for that first out. As that's going to be through to the outfield, they're going to send the runner home. No, and that's going to get past the third baseman. We have the first run on the board as the Lady Tigers advance to second and third. As Scherer gets all the way around to score, it is 1-0 for Clearwater. As Eaton will take second on the error on the throw in, and Scherer will take third. Hurt will take third.
You got this, Harley.
As that foul ball. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. Change up as Keister able to get a good eye on it and holds off. It is now 1-1. Keister is 0 for 1 for the day, getting the second out in the second inning. Here comes the pitch. That is hit very well to the left fielder. It is going to get down to the wall. That is going to score 2 on the double. Here comes the throw in. As Keister scores 2 on a double, Eaton and Hurt both come in. It is now 3-0 in favor of the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Clearwater finally breaking through here in the bottom of the fourth. One out on the board, and that was even on a just overrun at third base. Clearwater has been blistering from the plate in this inning with a single, an error, and then 2 singles and a double so far for Clearwater, as they are starting to get to rainwater here in the bottom of the fourth. And that is going to be a foul ball straight back. It is now an 0-2 count. And we've got Ron Woodthrow watching from Poplar Bluff. Glad to have you here, Ron. And that's going to be down to third base. Oh, the shortstop's going to take it, throw to first, and is able to get out. And the play it home. Oh, but she is able to make it home. As it got a put out by Williams. Keister was able to get all the way home for the run. That's going to be a nice play by Keister, but second out made. It is now 4-0. The bases are empty, but Clearwater has put up 4 runs on the board here in the top of the fourth. And that's going to be popped up as the right fielder under it, unable to make the catch. Going to second is Street. Is she able to get in? Nope, she is thrown out at second. And that is going to do it for the inning. An eventful inning for Clearwater. 4 runs on the board. We'll take a break. We have more of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. Clearwater up 4-0 here in the quarterfinals. You're watching the OFC 2022 Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. As we are back here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, Cassinger are going to lead it off for the Greenville Lady Bears. They are now down 4-0 after 4-run explosion in the bottom of the fourth by Clearwater. Greenville is going to try to claw some of that back here in the top of the fifth. Cassinger is going to be followed by White and Jacobs as we circle back to the top of the order here at Three Rivers College in Poplar Bluff. And we want to thank one of our sponsors here real quick while we got a chance. Of course, we could not do this tournament without them. J.W. Walker and Sons Recycling. If you want cash, call J.W. Walker and Sons Recycling at 573-686-7840 as the first pitch is swung on and missed by Cassinger. It is an 0-1 count. Here comes the second pitch. That's high for ball one. 1-1 is the count. And again, thank you for everyone watching. Get on Facebook. Leave us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. If you're here for a specific team or just watching to enjoy it, we're glad to have you here as Cassinger swings on a pitch in the dirt and is upset with herself. She's going to head back to the plate. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. And take strike three looking. Cassinger is going to be the first out of the inning. Coming up for the Greenville Lady Bears is going to be the designated hitter, number 6, Rayleigh White. She walked in her first at bat in the third inning and fouls that one back. White digs back in. Greenville trying to get at least a run or two back here in the top of the 5th inning. There's going to be strike 2, 0-2 count, 1 out, no one on here in the top of the 5th. As Brewington steps back into the plate, here comes the pitch. That's going to be high, ball 1. There's 1-2 count. Brewington currently no hits allowed for the game. There's another strikeout, second strikeout of the inning. That's going to be the 10th strikeout of the game for Brewington. She has been absolutely dealing here this afternoon. As the 3 seed, Clearwater showing why they are the 3 seed here. Brewington absolutely unhittable so far. She has had 2 walks to go with those 10 strikeouts. As it's ball 1. Here comes the second pitch of the at-bat. That is going to be a strike on the low corner. Jacobs is 0 for 1 today with a walk and a strikeout. Number 1 in the batting order. Takes her place back in the batting box, all the way near the back edge of the batting box. And that's going to be strike 2 swinging. As CJ says, go Lady Tigers from the Tiger Softball. I'm glad to have you watching, CJ. Friend of the show at the KWOC Newsmakers Hour. And that's going to be up the middle, off the shortstop's hands. And that is going to be an error on the shortstop to allow Jacobs to take first base. As Greenville has a base runner. It's going to be their first since the 3rd inning. As Jacobs reaches on the air. First pitch, strike, swinging for Rainwater. Again, Greenville does not need to get all 4 runs back here in the 5th. They still have a few innings after this. 1 run will help. 2 runs definitely will help. As here comes the pitch. That's going to be high for ball 1. Lady Tigers playing straight away with 2 outs in the field. And that's going to be up into the second baseman. And that's going to be a put out unassisted, or a fly out unassisted. That is going to be the end of the inning. As the Tigers, Greenville is able to get a runner on, but no damage made on the scoreboard. It is still 4-0. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, we are back here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. Want to thank some of our great sponsors allowing us to bring the tournament here for you this year, including J Blue Trucking. See what J Blue can do for you if you need rock, no matter what type of material you need, haul to your home, business, or job site. J Blue can haul it all. Just give them a call, 573-718-4946. Also being brought to you by Russians Towing, Russians to the rescue. They're dedicated to providing 24/7 service to customers when and where they need it. 573-785-6349. All right, we are now in the bottom of the 5th inning. Coming up to bat for the Clearwater Lady Tigers is number 2, Beasley. She struck out back in the 3rd. She's leading off for the Lady Tigers here. As Rainwater takes her stance, and the pitch, that's going to be high for ball 2. Beasley's going to take a practice cut real quick before heading back into the batter's box. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be strike one. Rainwater needed that after falling down 2-0. It is now 2-1. Clearwater exploded for 4 runs in the 4th inning. Is now at their first batter here in the 5th inning. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss by Beasley. It is now 2-2. So far for the game, Rainwater has 4 strikeouts, no walks. She has allowed 7 hits and 4 runs. That's going to be fouled back. Still 2-2. As Rainwater's been pretty accurate today, allowing no walks on the game, and has been going deep in too many at-bats here. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's going to be ball 3. Just as I say, it hasn't gone deep. She goes full here against Beasley. Grace Beasley will step back into the batter's box for the full count pitch. Nobody on, no outs here in the top of the 5th. It is a full count. Here comes Rainwater with the pitch. That is going to be ball 4. First walk of the day. Of course, it's the announcer's curse. I mentioned she hasn't had a walk all game, and then she gives up one on the full count pitch to Beasley. We're going back to the top of the order. Cheney taking her position in the batter's box. Abby Cheney so far is 1 for 2 on the day. Got caught stealing in the 1st inning. I was in the 3rd inning, and was put out 1-3 in the 1st on a bunt attempt. Cheney takes strike 1. Here comes the 2nd pitch. Going for a bunt again. That's going to lay right in front of the home plate, and she is able to beat it out down to 1st. That's what she tried in the 1st inning. Didn't work. Does work this time, as she's on with a single. 2-1, nobody out for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Coming up to bat, pitcher Becca Brewington for Clearwater. She got the first out in that big 4th inning, overrunning 3rd base. Struck out in the 2nd. Of course, she did have a single, was able to get all the way to 2/3 before getting out there in the 4th. Brewington takes her stance. Here comes the pitch. Swinging on a ball in the dirt is now 0-2. Coach telling Brewington, just calm down, take a quick breath. Getting a little too fast on those pitches. Here comes the 0-2 pitch as Brewington takes a ball. That was a good eye, able to lay off that pitch. So we've been getting intermittent wind gusts here. I wonder if that's going to be playing any kind of effect on how the hitters are making swings here, as that's going to be strike 3 on the ball in the dirt. Brewington strikes out the first out of the inning. Up to bat, Reagan Scher so far. She has flown out to the shortstop in the 1st inning and got on an error in the 4th, and is able to get on an error on the 2nd baseman. Here in the 5th, it is bases loaded as Scher gets on her 2nd time getting on an error today. This one is going to be on the 2nd baseman. Now up to bat will be Riley Hurt for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. She had the single in the 4th and was out on a putout in the 2nd. Here comes Hurt. She takes a strike. It is 0-1 count. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swing and miss, 0-2. The bases are loaded as Rainwater is going to try to mitigate the damage. There is one out, so a well-placed ground ball could get her out of the inning. But you know, the four-hitter Hurt is really wanting to put the hurt on Clearwater, if I can make a quick pun. I know, yeah. Tim's over there grimacing, but that one I could not let that go. All right, it is a 1-2 count for Hurt. Here comes the pitch from Rainwater. And that's going to be strike three, looking for the second out.
Swing the bat. Swing the bat. We're not up there to set and take. Let's go.
As the third base coach for Clearwater is telling their players, hey, swing the bat. It's baseball. It's softball. Can't score if you don't swing the bat a little bit. Trying to get his players to be a little less tentative there at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Oh, that ball's hit long. Deep to center field. It is gone. Grand slam for Clearwater, doubling their lead to 8-0. Eaton puts a grand slam on the board. It is now 8-0.
Hey, throw one in from us. Hey, get that other game ball.
As that ball was straight dead away center field. And Eaton had no doubt about it when it left the bat. It's going to score Shearer, Cheney, and Beasley. His lead went from 4-0 to 8-0 in a hurry. A fantastic hit by Eaton. And that was definitely something Greenville was wanting to avoid. Rainwater had been doing real good, just kind of let that one hang over the plate, and Eaton made her pay. Looks like we have a little bit of conference on the mound. As Rainwater's teammates are on the head, calm down. Happens to everyone. Don't worry about it. We'll get them on the next time. Kaiser is going to come up for Greenville. Bases empty, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the fifth, 4 runs already scored for the Lady Tigers. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike one. Ball looked like it was outside the zone, but Rainwater was able to get her to chase. Rainwater able to lay off that ball in the dirt. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike. Rainwater's back on the mound, set, and here comes the 1-1 pitch. It's going to be strike 2. Rainwater stares down her catcher, has the sign she wants. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled right to us. If it wasn't for that net, my shin would be hurting right now because that was on a beeline right for it. That's why we're glad the net's here. Protects us, protects the equipment. Tim might have jumped a little bit. The net was there, man. We're good. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be outside, ball 2.
I'll hide behind you.
Yeah, Tim's like, oh, jump behind me and keep me as his human shield, which I understand. I understand why he would do that. I would do that too. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's going to be fouled up directly behind us. And that's going to be down into the ditch here behind the softball field. Now we're now going to need the ball because 1 ball is down in the ditch behind us. 1's past the center field wall. We're going to get a little bit of a delay to get a ball here. And here comes 1. 2-2 is the count. 2 outs. Bases are empty for Keister here. She is the 6th hitter so far. She has a double and an out. 1 for 2 on the day. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Down in the dirt. The count is full. Keister, good eye to keep from trying to do anything with that pitch. And really was nothing she could do. Here comes the full count pitch. Swing and a miss. That's going to be a strikeout for Keister. And that is going to do it. Here in the bottom of the fifth, the Clearwater Lady Tigers have doubled their lead. It is now 8-0. We go to the sixth here at the OFC Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk, Today's Talk KWOC, and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. The grand slam in the bottom of the fifth has made this game into much more of a blowout than we were expecting, as Eaton put it all the way over the center field wall. It is now 8-0. In the sixth, Hill, and Friley will be your batters for the Greenville Lady Bears. They're going to try to at least get a few runs back here, make it close, and try to get something back here in the seventh. Or, hey, as we've seen today, they could throw up 8 here in the sixth. We don't know. You never know. What we do know is that Woodworth Gift Chest Jewelers is a third-generation family-owned jewelry retail and repair store where Walmart is next door to us. That's Woodworth Gift Chest Jewelers helping bring you the OFC Tournament. Also being brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Barker's not only tows, but your vehicle can also get service and repair from them too. That's 573-785-7811. Don't forget Barker's buyer request, 573-785-7811. Also, the OFC Tournament being brought to you by Stan Bader Truss. They're family owned and operated for 37 years for residential and commercial and all types of wood trusses. That's Stan Bader Truss, 573-328-4150. All right, it is the top of the sixth inning. Coming up for the Greenville Lady Bears will be number 14, Kayla Hill. She is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts so far today. That first pitch is going to be low for ball one. Again, glad for everyone joining us on Facebook, joining us on YouTube. Glad to have you here. Leave us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, what you'd like to see today. As that ball's taken outside, Hill is now has a 2-0 count. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be strike one. As Brewington has been absolutely magnificent today, striking out the side in the first. She has 2 strikeouts in 3 other innings. That's going to be strike 2 on the foul ball. Total so far of 10 strikeouts for the game. She's just been magnificent here today. As Hill heads back into the batter's box, count is 2-2. Here comes the pitch. Swing on, makes good contact just a little bit late and pushes it down the first base line over into where the music people are setting up. Looks like they got a little bit of a jolt from that, which I understand. I completely understand. The count is still 2-2 here at the OFC Tournament. That's going to be ball 3 in the dirt. Hill with a good eye. Full count for the Lady Bears as they try to get something started here in the top of the 6th inning. Here comes the pitch, and that is struck well down the line, and that is going to be fair. Hill rounds first, heading towards second, and she's going to go for third. And here she is, and standing up safe with the triple as the ball gets past. Hill is going to take off for home, and the first run is on the board for the Lady Bears as Hill gets around with a triple and goes home on the air. As Greenville gets their first run. Kayla Hill on the board for Greenville. That's going to be an error, looked like on the left fielder. Oh, that's fouled back to the umpire as he has to take his face protector off for a second. Got a little bit of nick there, but he looks to be fine. As like I said, Greenville just needs to get some runs on the board, get a little bit of confidence here in the final 2 innings, see if they can claw this lead back. And that is also the first hit of the day allowed by Rainwater. I didn't want, or by Brewington. Didn't want to mention anything. You know, you got to keep that under wraps as much as you can. But yeah, that's going to be the first hit. That's going to be a ball. So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Up for the Greenville Lady Bears is Kenzie Hill, the catcher for this afternoon. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. That's going to be strike 3. Her 3rd strikeout of the game. First out of the inning. 11th strikeout of the day for Brewington.
Hey, let's go, Dakota.
Coming up to bat, Dakota Friley. She is playing in center field today. Swings, puts good contact on it, but right to the first baseman as they're going to take it with no assistance whatsoever. Second out of the day. Good contact by Friley, but the first baseman was playing on the line, able to gobble up right there at the base and get the out. We have 2 outs now here in the top of the 5th. I'm sorry, top of the 6th. Here comes the pitch. That is a strike to Blackburn. She is 0 for 2 on the day. Did to get on base with an error in the 2nd inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that's going to be high for ball 1. Here comes the pitch, and that is high, ball 2. 2-1. 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the 6th. Blackburn so far 0 for 2 for the day. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high, 3 balls and 1 strikes. Brewington has allowed 2 walks so far on the day, but she's gone with 11 strikeouts with that. So I'll take 11-2 strikeout to walk ratio any day of the week, as that's going to be the 3rd walk as Blackburn takes first base. Coming up to bat for the Greenville Lady Bears will be Maddie Looney, second baseman. She is 0 for 2 with a strikeout so far today. Takes strike 1. Good hit down the line here, and we could be looking at an 8-2, 8-3 ball game, changing the complexion completely after that 5th inning, as that's going to be down the first base line but out of play. Oh, 2 count here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Here comes the pitch. Down in the dirt. Oh, we got a pickoff attempt down at first. Nothing doing there as Blackburn is able to get back safely. 1-2 count. That was a nice little attempt there by the catcher for Clearwater, but just unable to get down. I think Blackburn saw it coming. And there's a pitch down on the ground. That's by the 3rd baseman. Greenville is able to get a second runner on as the runner holds up his second. As that's going to be a base hit for Looney, her first of the day. Two on, 2 outs for Greenville. It looks like we got a change, as coming up to bat for Cassinger is going to be number 35, Anik Neer, taking as Cassinger's day is going to be done. Anik Neer takes her spot in the batting order and will assumably take over in right field as well. Here comes the pitch. That's fouled back. 0-1 count here. Greenville's gotten 1 run back so far, looking to be getting back a few more as well. Down 8-1 here in the top of the 6th. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2. As Neer joining the game, swung on a pitch there in the dirt. It is now an 0-2 count. Greenville down to their final strike of the inning. Trying to keep this alive, maybe score a few more runs. That's going to be ball 1, up and outside. 1-2 count. Here comes the pitch. As she good eye to take a ball 2-2, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 6th inning, near with her first at bat so far, coming in for Cassinger. Here comes Brewington's pitch. Swing and a miss. That's going to be another strikeout for Brewington. That's going to do it for the inning. The Greenville Lady Bears leave 2 runners on, but we're able to finally get their first run across. It is 8-1. You're listening and watching the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Want to thank everyone for watching us. We also want to thank our sponsors allowing us to bring you the games here today, including Smokin' Aces. They're open Monday through Saturday, 10:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Daily specials, 10:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m., I should say. Daily specials that change every week, and they also have happy hour from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. The only place with 25-cent pool tables all the time, Smokin' Aces Barbecue. Also being brought to you by Shooter Shack. At Shooter Shack Outdoors, you'll find everything you need for shooting, including suppressors, rifles, handguns, ammunition, and more. Kevin buys, sells, and trades for all firearms at Shooter Shack Outdoors, located on Shelby Road in Poplar Bluff. Also being brought to you by the Scott Law Group. Scott Law Firm does more than just provide justice. They also support local schools, small businesses, and assist in the betterment of Southeast Missouri. The Scott Law Firm, proud supporter of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. Give them a call, 573-785-6488. Also being brought to you by Christian's Automotive and Tire. They stock quality name brand tires you know and trust. Find them at Business 67 South at the end of the 4-lane in Poplar Bluff, or call 573-785-0208. All right, back to action here in the bottom of the 6th inning. First pitch is swung on and missed by the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Williams up to bat. She is 0 for 2 so far today with a strikeout. Here as we start the 6th inning. That's going to be a strike 2 called. Williams playing second base today. Tiffany Williams, a senior, as she gets back in the batter box. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung a little bit high. That's going to be out to the supporters here. And that's another one that might be heading back towards the ditch here behind the softball field. But we're prepared. The umpire had some extra balls ready to go. Had a little bit of a delay earlier because the ball went out of play, but we're back on it here. 0-2 count still after the foul ball to Williams. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be back to the pitcher. It's past her. Shortstop takes it, throws it over to first, and that is going to be an out for the first out of the inning. As that is going to go 6-3. Coming up next for the Clearwater Lady Tigers will be Street, the designated hitter. Kristen Street, so far today, has a walk and a single. She was caught stealing there in the 5th inning. That ball is put up to the outfield, and that's going to be caught for the second out of the inning. Street is second out. Now coming up is going to be Grace Beasley. She got the innings going in the 5th inning that led to that big grand slam. First pitch is a strike. As Rainwater takes her stance, and here's the pitch, and that's going to be high for ball 1. One ball, one strike, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Clearwater trying to extend their lead a little bit, and that's going to be a second strike looking. As Beasley takes her stance, here's the pitch, and that's going to be right into her teammates' dugout as they scatter from that ball. As that one missed the netting and went all the way into the dugout. It was a 1-2 count, 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Clearwater's got a 7-run lead, but a few insurance runs would never hurt. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be strike 3 looking. Beasley strikes out to end the inning. 1-2-3 inning for Greenville as we go to the top of the 7th. Greenville's last stand as they try to save their tournament coming up. They're going to have the 9 1-2 hitters. We'll be back with more of the OFC tournament here on Facebook and YouTube. All right, we are back here at the OFC tournament. Riley Hurt, first baseman, is going to take over pitching duties for the the top of the 7th here. As it was an excellent effort by Brewington so far this game. She's had a fantastic game. But Hurt will go in to try to finish it off. 8-1 lead for the Clearwater Lady Tigers here in the top of the 7th. While we have a quick minute, I want to thank some of our sponsors here real quick, including First Choice Insurance. Just like a clutch play, having an insurance agent that cares is worth a replay. First Choice Insurance, 573-686-2870. Also being brought to you by White Sanders Funeral Home in Fisk and Keelan, a family-owned business committed to providing personalized service for all families with compassion, dignity, and respect. 573-967-3300. All right, we are back here in the top of the 7th. This is the last stand for the Greenville Lady Bears. They are down 7 runs here as Hurt takes over pitching. Her first pitch is fouled away for strike 1. As Hurt is pitching to White here. Rayleigh White so far today has a walk and a strikeout. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be low for a ball. 1-1 is the count. As Hurt takes a spot on the mound, here comes the pitch. The ball outside. 2-1 is the count. Glad to have everyone join us here on Facebook and YouTube. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. Taken low for a ball. 3 balls, 1 strike is the count. Hurt still trying to kind of get in the rhythm of the game. Has been playing first base the entire time. Is taking over pitching here for the 7th inning. That's going to be down the third base line. She decides not to let it go foul. Throws it to first. And she gets the out. The first out of the game. I wasn't sure if she touched the base or tagged her, but the out's going to count all the same. 3-1. White is out, the first out of the 7th. Sorry, that was 6-1, not 6-3, not 3-1. 6-3 for the first out, as I am getting my first experience scorekeeping of a game by hand here today. All right, coming up to bat for the Greenville Lady Bears, Jacobs. So far, she is 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. All right, 1-0 is the count. Hurt staring down her catcher, getting the right sign. She steps up to the mound. And here's the pitch. Ball outside, 2-0 is the count. Hurt has fallen behind both of the batters so far she has faced here in the top of the 7th. That ball is going to be back to the shortstop. Over to first base. That is out number 2. 6-3 on that putout. For the second out, Greenville is now down to their final out here if they want to stay in this tournament. Haley Rainwater is going to take her place at the plate. Takes strike 1. Rainwater pitching has been excellent today outside of that fourth inning, and then that one pitch to Eaton in the 5th inning that was put over the center field wall. She had an excellent job on the mound on her side. Now they're going to try to keep the game going at the plate. Takes ball 1. So far today, Rainwater has 2 strikeouts and a flyout. She is 0 for 3. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2. The Lady Bears are down to their final strike. Harley Rainwater back to the plate. 1-2 count, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Swing, and that's going to be a foul ball off the netting there on the first base side as Rainwater keeps the game alive here. Harley takes a minute, kind of composes herself, steps back up to the plate. Riley Hurt back on the mound. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It's going to be down for ball 2. 2-2 is the count. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Two count. Hurt steps up for the 2-2 pitch. That is going to be popped up to the second baseman, and she gets under it for the flyout, and that is going to do it. Clearwater with the win, 8-1 here in the quarterfinals. They will advance to the semifinals and play Neelyville at 7 p.m. tonight. A game you can see right here on Facebook and YouTube. As we are going to take a break, and we're going to bring you your final stats here in just a minute. You're watching the OFC Tournament at Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, we are back here in the post game of the win for Clearwater. They win 8-1 over the Greenville Lady Bears. So far, great game for both teams. Pitcher for Greenville, Haley Rainwater, 6 innings pitched, 9 hits allowed, 8 runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Her opponent on the other side, Becca Brewington, went 6 innings as well, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, and 11 strikeouts. All right, we are going to take a break here in just a moment. But first, I want to thank some of our great sponsors, including Cornell Trucking. For the past 50 years, family owned and operated, Cornell Trucking has been your dependable hauling and delivery company. Give them a call, 573-967-3958. Also want to thank Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri, serving farmers of the area since 1917. Also, Simmons Grocery and Hardware. They're your one-stop shop for almost anything. Located on U.S. Highway 60 in Elsinore. Give them a call at 573-322-5758. We also want to thank Roof Raiders. #1 rated roofer is now expanding to Southeast Missouri. Call Joe Martin at Roof Raiders at 573-300-3221. We also want to thank Liberty. They're a proud sponsor of the Ozark Fidels Conference Tournament. Liberty, sustaining energy and water for life. All right, we're going to take a break here. We'll be back in about 20 minutes with our first semifinal matchup, as the Doniphan Donettes going to take on the #1 seed East Carter Lady Redbirds. We'll have that for you coming up right here on the Facebook and YouTube. Keep it here. We're not going to bring the stream down. We're going to leave it up for you. All right, we're back here in a little bit. Hope you have enjoyed watching Clearwater get an 8-1 victory over Greenville. We'll be back with more of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament in just a bit. And welcome back to Three Rivers College for the 2022 Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament. We are live with the first semifinal as East Carter taking on Doniphan. The Lady Redbirds versus the Doniphan. Lady Redbirds with the bye as the number 1 seed, getting started on the field as Lady Donettes takes play. First pitch is a strike, swinging to Sydney Spark. She is currently playing center field and leading off for the Donettes. We'll get you their full lineup here in a second as the first ball of the game is called. Pitching for East Carter is Jordan Moore as she is taking the mound. Jordan Moore, number 9, is your pitcher for East Carter. Here comes pitch number 3. That's ball 2. 2-1 is the count. 2-1 is your count here in the first semifinal. The winner will go on to the finals coming up here in the next few days. Depending on when the rain happens. I know we have rain scheduled on the docket for tomorrow as that pitch is swinging and a miss by Speck for strike number 2. 2-2 count. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That is strike 3 looking. Moore gets the strikeout on the 6th pitch of the at-bat. I'm sorry, the 5th pitch of the at-bat. I got my numbers backwards there. All right, the lineup for the Doniphan Donettes. Sydney Spark playing center field, followed by McKenna Monahan. Going up to the plate right now, Misha Burton, Kylie Hawkins, Kieran Bond, Peyton Lowry, Grayson Kirby, Paige Wilson, and Caden Boyd is your starting lineup for the Donettes. We'll get you the look at the field here in just a second. That pitch is up almost past the protective netting. Strike 2. McKenna Monahan playing left field today. Up, has an 0-2 count early here. 2 pitches in the at-bat. Here comes the third. That's going to be a ball outside. 1-2 count for Jordan Moore at the mound today for East Carter. Here comes the pitch. 1-2 count. That's going to be back to the second baseman. Over to first for the quick 4-3 out. McKenna Monahan is out number 2. All right, East Carter has Jordan Moore pitching, Kaylee Chilton catching, Riley Odell on first, Carla Ochoa on second, Hannah Brown at third, in left field, McKenna Hutchinson. In center field, Elizabeth Crowley, and in right field today is Sierra Duckett for East Carter. That first pitch is passed for a strike. Here comes Moore's 10th pitch of the inning. That's going to be fouled back. 2 strikes early here on Mika Burton. She's catching for Doniphan today. Here in the top of the first, Burton takes her stance. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be rolled on the ground for ball 1. As Moore just let it go a bit too early, ended up bowling the pitch in. Moore takes her stance, sets, delivers. That's going to be ball 2. 2-2 count, 2 outs here on the top of the first. The 4 seed, Doniphan Donettes, defeated Twin Rivers, the 5 seed, in the first game of today. Here comes the pitch. That's back to the second baseman. That's going to be unassisted for the putout, and that's going to do it for the top of the first. Coming up in the bottom of the first for East Carter, we're going to have Elizabeth Crowley, Riley Odell, and Jordan Moore here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, we are back here at the Ozark Foothills Conference 2022 Softball Tournament. Your starting lineup for the East Carter Lady Redbirds. We're going to start with number 1, Elizabeth Crowley, followed by number 8, Riley Odell, number 9, Jordan Moore, number 10, Hannah Brown, number 20, Carly Chilton, number 24, Anna Crowley, number 3, Carla Ochoa, number 2, McKinney Hutchison, number 15, Janice Holloway is your starting 9 in the field for the Doniphan Donettes today. Going to start with pitcher. And that is going to be for Doniphan, Emily Davis. At catcher for Davis today is going to be Mika Burton. At first, we have Kylie Hawkins. Peyton Lowry at second. At third, Paige Wilson. At shortstop, Kiernan Bond. Over in left field, McKenna Monahan. In center, Sydney Speck. And in right field, Caden Bond. Grayson Kirby serving as the DH for the Doniphan Donettes today. As Emily Davis takes her warm-up pitches, getting ready to go here in the bottom of the first. Doniphan going to try to be pulling an upset. East Carter was the favored team. And I want to thank CJ letting me know it's Micah Burton. Not Mika as I was pronouncing it. Thank you, CJ. We want to see you on Facebook. We want to see you on YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're rooting for as Doniphan takes on East Carter. It is now the bottom of the first. Coming up to bat for East Carter, Elizabeth Crowley is going to lead it off as the third baseman for Doniphan, all the way up the line, expecting a bunt here. It seems to start off. We started off the last game at the bottom of the first with a bunt. Thinking something similar as the first one is swung on and missed for Crowley. As Crowley goes back to the plate. Here comes the second pitch. Swung on, good cut, gets a piece of it, but just under it, puts it right back to the backstop. 0-2 count. Emily Davis getting started quick today with 2 strikes for Doniphan. As again, the wind picking up just a little bit. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for the strikeout. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and Crowley sets down. 1 out so far for the Doniphan Donettes here in the bottom of the first. Coming up for East Carter, Riley Odell, first baseman today, number 8. And here's the pitch. Oh, she looked like she kind of motioned to bunt for a little bit, and just dive bombing in was Peyton Lowry for Doniphan. Expecting the bunt again are the Donettes, and there it is down the first base line. Kicks it back to the second baseman, and that is going to be an out. 3-4 on the put out as there are 2 outs in the inning. Emily Davis is 5 pitches and 2 outs so far, being very efficient here. Stepping up to the plate is Jordan Moore, pitcher for East Carter. Davis has her sign set. Here's the pitch. That's going to be ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that is outside for ball 2. Davis had not thrown a strike at all until this at bat, and has not thrown a ball until this at bat. Has now thrown 2 in a row. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Moore was up there hacking. I can't blame her for that, but wasn't able to make contact with that one. Now a 2-1 count. Davis has the sign she wants. Here's the pitch. That's going to be high for ball 3. 3-1 count here in the bottom of the first, as Davis was able to get the first 2 down with a strikeout and a put out on a bunt attempt. Now run into a little bit of trouble against her opposing pitcher, Jordan Moore. swung on and missed. Had Moore just kind of a little bit confused there on the changeup. We have a full count. And here comes Davis with the full count pitch. Swung on and missed for the strikeout, or second strikeout of the inning. 1, 2, 3 on both sides of the ball as we're going to go to the second. Tied at 0. You're watching the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament here on Facebook.com/RiverRadioPB and YouTube.com, Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/RiverRadioPB. Let us know who you're rooting for in the comments. We'd love to see it. We are back at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. I want to thank some of our great sponsors allowing us to bring you the action this year, including Day One Chiropractic, located next to Pizza Inn in Poplar Bluff. Give Dr. Sean and Megan Nibb a call at 573-772-5451. Day One Chiropractic. They are ready to help you feel better. Also being brought to you by Southern Care and Comfort In-Home Agency. Give them a call, 573-686-2273. Now in 4 locations across southeast Missouri, southeast and south central Missouri. Give them a call, 573-686-2273. All right, some of our great sponsors allowing us to bring you the tournament this year as we now go to the second inning. Up to bat for the Doniphan Donettes will be Kylie Hawkins to start off the second. Her first pitch is fouled back over the netting. You would say in a professional game that'd be a souvenir for someone, but I think we're probably going to have to give that one back. As Moore threw 13 pitches in the first inning. First pitch is out for a strike here in the second. That second pitch is up high for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count. Kylie Hawkins at first base today for the Donettes as she gets ready for the pitch and gets good contact, but right to the right fielder. That's going to be F9 on the old score sheet. First out of the inning for Hawkins. Got great contact on the ball, was just directly to the outfielder. That's one of those things that, it was good, solid hit, just not a. Sometimes luck is not with you. Sometimes the wind is not with you, and that causes things like that to happen. All right, coming up to bat for the Donettes, Kiernan Bond. She is playing at shortstop today. And she gets good, solid contact out to the right fielder, and it is over her head. That is going to be 2 as Bond is rushing toward second, dives in head first, and gets a double with the first hit of the game today. Bond is on the first hit for both teams. Now coming up will be second baseman Peyton Lowry. She's going to try to get this first run in for the Donettes. Of course, the underdog is the 4 seed against the 1 seed East Carter. Now, East Carter got a bye today, so this is their first game. This is Doniphan's second. Wonder if that's going to be an impact as we move throughout the game today. As the first ball is up and past the catcher, that is going to be a pass ball, and Bond is going to take third base on the passed ball. Now we have runner at third, 1 out. Fly ball in the outfield could score the first run as that ball is outside as well. Davis is having a little bit of trouble finding the zone here as we start off the second inning. That ball is high. 3-0 is the count. I'm sorry, Moore having a little bit of trouble finding the zone. 3-0 count, 1 out Runner on third, and that is swung through for a strike.
Hey, you're looking real sexy out there, Peyton. Looking real good.
Peyton Lowry at the plate, ready for the 3-1 pitch. Takes strike two. Count is full. Lowry had a 3-0 count, has now found swung and missed, and then looked at strike two. Here comes the full count pitch. Runner on third for Doniphan. And that is going to be ball four, as Lowry will take first base. 2-1, 1 out for Doniphan. They have a possible big inning brewing here in the top of the second. Of course, one pitch and a double play, and it could all come to an end. We're going to see how it goes as a fake bunt, and that's going to be a steal, and really fielder's indifference as East Carter was not really concerned with trying to stop Lowry from advancing to second. As ball one was the call for Grayson Kirby, the designated hitter today. And that's going to be through the first base. We're going to have our first run of the game. As the second runner coming through, and we have a 2-0 ball game. Doniphan takes the lead. Both Bond and Lowry score on the single. Kirby, 2 RBIs here, and we have the first blood of the game as Doniphan takes a 2-0 lead. Coming up, Paige Wilson, as strike called for the third baseman. Davis is now almost up to her pitch count that she had in the first inning. Here's the 13th pitch of the at-bat, and she takes going to be strike two called, and she's not wasting any time going after Paige Wilson. Wilson has no 2 count. Here comes the pitch, and that's ball outside. As Moore has struggled a little bit with her command here in the second inning. One ball got past, which led to a runner advancing, and then had a few balls been quite a bit outside. And the strike three called on the lower outside corner. Paige Wilson strikes out looking. That's the second out of the inning. Runner on first, 2 outs, as Caden Boyd comes up to the plate. She's playing right field today. Boyd swings and misses at strike one. Boyd is back on the batter's box. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be a strike two from Jordan Moore. Moore is set, has her sign. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And that is going to be a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Doniphan striking first blood here in the second inning, up 2-0 on the 2 RBI single by Grayson Kirby. And that ball's going to be in the dirt. It's going to be past the catcher as the runner will advance to second base. Kirby to second on the pass ball. Second pass ball of the inning. 2-2 count. As Moore shakes off a few pitches. Here comes the strike. Right down the middle. Swung on and missed by Caden Boyd. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Moore, but Doniphan able to get 2 runs on the board. It is 2-0. We're going to take a break. Coming up, East Carter is going to have Hannah Brown, Kaylee Chilton, and Anna Crawley, 4, 5, and 6 hitters, right after the break. We are back at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament on the campus of Three Rivers College in Poplar Bluff. Emily Davis back to the mound for the Donettes. She went 1-2-3 in the first inning with 2 strikeouts. We'll try to continue that with Hannah Brown, the third baseman for East Carter, stepping to the plate. Looks like got a little bit of a delay as the umpires kind of make sure everything is clean, ready to go. Looks like we are now ready. Umpire says play ball as Davis takes her stance, delivers first pitch, and that is a strike right there on the corner. He can't really beat a pitch like that. 0-1 count for Hannah Brown. Brown ready. Second pitch. That's popped straight up behind us. Tim might want to look out. As that out now went back all the way into the ditch. Strike 2. I was worried a little bit that could be coming directly for us, but then just kept on carrying. As 0-2 count right now on Brown. Davis is set, and here comes the delivery. Swing and a miss, but it gets away, so they're going to need a throw down to first, and that is going to be a strikeout for Davis, her third strikeout of the game. Come up next for East Carter will be number 20, Kaylee Chilton, playing catcher today for her first at-bat of the afternoon and of the tournament, as East Carter got a bye. As Chilton is ready, Davis now getting the sign that she wants. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be a ball inside to start off the at-bat. Want to thank everyone for watching. Amanda Crowley says, go Lady Redbirds. Here comes the second pitch. That's going to be a ball outside. Terry Sue Hinton says, let's go Doniphan. Sue Kirby says, let's go Redbirds. Again, like to have everyone joining us. Let us know who you're rooting for and where you are watching from. Here comes the pitch, and that is fouled directly back. It is a 2-1 count, 1 out here in the bottom of the second as the wind starts to pick up again. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Strike 2 called. 2-2 count, 1 out, no one on for Kaylee Chilton, catcher for East Carter. And here comes the pitch from Davis. Oh, that was well hit, but just a bit foul down the third base line. Still a 2-2 count. Oh, no. Well, there was a little service dog I saw by the Doniphan dugout when I came by, and like, I wanted to pet him. I know you're not supposed to pet service dogs unless you get permission from the owner. So I was like, all right, I will hold everything back and not pet the puppy, even though I really wanted to, as ball 3 is called. We have a full count here, 1 out in the second inning. East Carter trying to get their first base runner of the game. They've had 3 strikeouts so far. As Davis getting her sign, sets, here comes the pitch. Swing and a foul directly back as we are giving the ditch a bunch of souvenirs here behind the third base line at Three Rivers College. Chilton keeps the bat alive. It is 3-2 count. Tell Davis wants to get this at bat done with an out. Ooh, that ball was high, and Chilton wanted to swing, but held back for the walk. She's going to take first base for East Carter's first base runner of the day. It looks like we're going to have a base runner kind of switch here. As coming in for East Carter, it's going to be number 6, J.C. Douglas, to run the bases. There seemed to be some sort of discussion between the East Carter coach and the umpire. As stepping up to the plate, Anna Crowley. That's fouled directly back. Another souvenir for the ditch as J.C. Douglas was running for East Carter, but the foul is going to make her go back to first base. Davis back on the mound. Here is the pitch. Swing and a miss. Running again. Oh, and she is picked off at second base. Excellent throw from the Doniphan catcher. Micah Burton able to pick off the base runner Douglas for the second out of the inning. As Crowley steps back to the plate, no one on this time, 2 outs. That's fouled directly back again. Well, East Carter had their first base runner, but unfortunately was knocked out on the base pass. Just an absolute excellent throw from Micah Burton to get that second out. Now have an 0-2 count, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Swinging, that's an excellent drive to right field, and that's going to be over the right fielder's head. As Crowley now digging for third, and she is going to get in safe with a triple. Excellent hustle by Crowley to go all the way to third base on a triple. And now East Carter has a little something brewing here. 1 on, 2 outs, runner on third. Carla Ochoa to step to the plate, the number 7 hitter, playing second base today. Ochoa getting the instructions from the dugout. And will now step to the plate as that is the first hit of the day allowed by Emily Davis for Doniphan. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. Ball looked like it might have been a little bit low. Davis will step back to the plate. Here comes the pitch. Fouled back. Lots of foul balls directly behind us here today. Now an 0-2 count, 2 outs here on the bottom of the second. Doniphan taking 2 runs in the top half of the second. East Carter trying to respond. Ochoa is back in the batter's box. Swung on, solid contact to the shortstop over to first base, and that is going to end the threat. 6-3 on the putout, and that is going to be the third out of the game. We are now our third out of the inning. It's 2-0 in favor of Doniphan. We'll be back with the top of the third right after this. You're watching the OFC Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and River Radio and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back at the 2022 OFC Softball Tournament. I want to thank some of our great sponsors today, including JG Construction. If you want a free estimate, give Joe Gloyd a call today at 573-300-0560. Let JG Concrete save you some time, stress, and money on your next project. We also want to thank J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling. Do you want cash? Give J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling a call at 573-686-7840. You'll receive top dollar with up-to-the-minute market pricing available on the web at jwscrap.com. All right, coming up to bat for Doniphan here in the top of the third. They're going back to the top of the lineup. Number 5, Sydney Speck leading off. She struck out looking in the first inning. Here comes the first pitch, and that's just a bit high. Back to the backstop for ball 1. Jordan Moore had a 1-2-3 first inning, got in a little bit of trouble in the second inning, allowing 2 runs, still getting 2 strikeouts. 1 walk allowed in that inning as well. Is 2-0 in favor of Doniphan. And that's going to be a bunt to the third baseman. Throw over to first, and that is going to be out. 5-3 on the putout. Sydney Speck is the first out of the inning. That was a good bunt. Just got a little bit too close to the third baseman, and she was able to make the putout. Coming up to bat, McKenna Monahan for Doniphan, as she was thrown out 4-3 in the first. Ball again just a bit high, as Moore still been struggling to regain her control from the first inning. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that's going to be back up the middle for a base hit. Monahan has her first hit of the game on a just clean, solid single back up the middle, as Doniphan has their first base runner here in the third inning. Coming up next, Micah Burton threw out a runner in the bottom of the second. She's now going to try to get something done on the offensive side. She flew out to the second baseman to end the first inning. That's just a good hit, just got a bit under it, went straight back to the backstop. Monahan is at first. Burton back to the batter's box. As Moore has the sign she wants, is set and delivers. The ball outside. Oh, Monahan thought about trying to test the catcher for East Carter, Kaylee Chilton. Chilton eyed her back down to first, like, did you want me to throw it? I'll throw it down there. I can try to pick you off. But as Chilton gets her to go back first, that's going to be a solid hit. But back to the second baseman as it dives on the infield. Out at second, safe at first. Monahan is out on the fielder's choice. As Burton takes the spot over at first base, now comes Kylie Hawkins, who flew out in the second inning. She's 0 for 1 for the day. It's going to be a ball inside. As the Doniphan Donettes seem really intent on trying to test Chilton here. They've either ran or threatened to run quite a few times here so far, and it's only the third inning. That ball is high. 2 balls, 0 strikes here for Kylie Hawkins, batting fourth for the Donettes. Here comes the pitch. Ball outside, 3 balls, 0 strikes with 2 outs. Got to wonder if Hawkins is going to make Moore throw her a strike here. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. That's going to be fouled down the third base line. 3-1 count. As Hawkins gets back in the batter's box, swinging a nice line drive to right field. That's going to be a base hit, as Burton is now going to be trying to go to third and is able to get there. Single by Hawkins. Burton goes all the way to third on the single. 2 on, 2 out for Doniphan as they try to extend their lead here in the third. Coming up to bat for the Donettes is going to be number 21, Kieran Bond, the shortstop today. As Moore is going to try to get out of a jam here, 2 on, 2 outs. As a bunt was thought about, and on that bunt, she pulls back. But Hawkins like, I'll just go ahead and take second. As the East Carter did not seem to mind. Fielder's indifference. Going to move the runner over to second. And here comes the pitch from Moore. Ball, 1 strike for Kieran Bond. Two on, 2 out. Runners on second and third for Doniphan as they try to extend their lead. And that is fouled directly back. And is going to come back into the field of play. Nice catch by the East Carter catcher, Chilton. Unfortunately, since it hit the backdrop first, it's not going to count as out. It's just going to count as a nice play. It is a 1-2 count. Here is Doniphan trying to put a few runs on the board here in the third, extend their lead over the top seed East Carter Lady Redbirds. As that ball is in the dirt, and we're going to have a play at the plate. Nope. Chilton unable to get to it in time as Burton comes in on the passed ball. And that's going to be a 3-0 game in favor of the Doniphan Donettes. As Moore just kind of rolled the ball in, and Chilton was unable to get in front of it. As now Doniphan has their third run on the board and wanting to get a fourth here. 2-2 count. Swing and a drive. Way back, and that is going to be caught for the out near the warning track. Oh, I thought that one had a chance to get out. Bond gave it a ride, but fell just short. As that is going to do it for the third. Doniphan puts another run on the board. We'll be back with more of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament here on Facebook and YouTube. You're watching the OFC Tournament on today's Talk KWOC. All right, we are back with the bottom of the third inning. Coming up for the East Carter Lady Redbirds, they'll have 8-hitter Mackenzie Hutchinson. Number 9, Janica Holloway, the designated hitter. And then back to the top of the order with number 1, Elizabeth Crawley. That's number 50. It was the 9-hitter, number 15. Janica Holloway for East Carter, going to be batting second. All right, Mackenzie Hutchinson step into the plate for her first at-bat of this afternoon. Davis back on the mound for Doniphan. Here's the pitch. Just a bit out ahead, and that's going to be fouled for strike one. Oh, 1 count. Here comes pitch number 2. A little bit of a running attempt by Hutchinson, and swings and misses for strike 2. Here comes the third pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The strikeout for Davis is going to be her third strikeout of the game. Coming up next, Janica Holloway, designated hitter. Or Janica Holloway, I should say. First pitch to Holloway is fouled directly behind us, and that's going to go back. Back to the ditch. Another souvenir for our friends down, our troll friends down in the ditch behind us. I don't know if there's actually one down there. That's where trolls usually hang out. It's ditches and under bridges, right? I don't think there's anyone actually down there. That's going to be strike 2, swinging for Holloway. And here comes the pitch. Oh, that's fouled back over the third base dugout. Yes, one of the Doniphan players was back getting the first ball. She just kind of got like, wait, I got to go get another one? There's an 0-2 count here to Holloway. No one on the base pass, 1 out here in the bottom of the third. That one's going to be close to us. Tim might want to look out. Ooh. That was about 3 feet away from Tim Hicks. He couldn't decide whether he wanted to protect himself or his equipment. He's like, nah, we can replace the camera. We can't replace my head. I can understand that. 0-2 count for Holloway, as now we're going to have to wait for another ball to get back as more Doniphan players have to go retrieve balls from the ditch behind us. As Tim's got his hoodie. His hoodie is going to provide protection as we now have another ball back in play. Davis now ready for the pitch. Is 0-2 count, 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Janica Holloway, designated hitter for East Carter, ready. Here comes the pitch, and that is stroked right into left field for a base hit. Holloway is going to stop at first as the ball gets away, but Doniphan is able to track it down. Holloway with her first hit in her first at-bat of the game, second hit of the day for East Carter. Coming up is going to be Elizabeth Crowley, the top of the order, back up at bat, the center fielder. Looking on her little strategy sheet, almost looked like she was looking at a cell phone for a second, but stuff's back in her pocket. I think they have little analytics are now in every part of the game, no matter what the level. So they have little sheets they look at of what they need to do in this specific situation. Do I want to bunt here? Do I want to try to push it down the third base line? Just find out what to do as she takes ball one. And as here comes the second pitch of the at-bat. That's going to be a pickoff throw down to first as Holloway is able to get back safely. 2-0 count. Here's East Carter's trying to claw back a run or two in the third inning. Down 3-0. As Davis readies and delivers, that's going to be put up to the left field, and she is under it and makes the catch. Throw back in as Holloway gets back to first base safely. That's going to be the second out. Coming up next, Riley Odell, the first baseman for East Carter, going to try to get something going here with 2 outs in the third inning. Runner on first. Really like to get that runner around and back to home. That's going to be fouled back off the screen. Emily Davis has been real efficient so far today. Three batters in the first inning, 4 in the second. She's now on their 4th of the third inning. Only allowing 1 above the minimum in the second and the third. That's going to be a ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count. As Monica Tillman says, that a kid, Janica Holloway. Happy for that hit. Here comes the bunt attempt. Third baseman has it, throws down to first, and Odell beats it out. Runner advances the second. 2 on 2 outs for the East Carter Lady Redbirds. Excellent hustle by Odell to get there on that bunt. As Holloway advances to second on the play, 2 on 2 outs. Coming up for East Carter, number 9, pitcher Jordan Moore is going to try to get back a few of those runs. You know she's mad about the runs she's allowed so far. Really want to kind of get this back to even, which she could with the drive. Big leadoffs by both base runners so far as Moore takes a strike. Moore steps back to the plate. Her opponent today, Davis, ready and fires. That's going to be strike number 2. 0-2 is the count. 2 outs for Jordan Moore. Moore takes second and gets back in the batter's box. Here comes Davis with the pitch. Ooh. You know Davis wanted that one, but it's going to be called a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the third, East Carter has 2 runners on. Definitely want to try to make something happen here. Here comes the pitch. That is straight up, and that looks like it's going to hit the dugout, which it does. Not sure where it went after it hit the dugout, probably back into the ditch. Well, Maybe Doniphan should just have someone camped out back there because that is the Doniphan dugout. 1-2 count, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. East Carter down 3 runs after giving up 2 runs in the second, 1 run in the third. Trying to get some of those runs back. Here comes the pitch. Change up, goes outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Longest inning Davis has had so far, facing her 5th batter. She faced 3 in the first, 4 in the second. Here comes the pitch. Ball low as Moore has done well after falling behind early to work the count full. If she were to get on, Hannah Brown will be next. She struck out in the second inning. Here's the pitch. Oh, a nice cut. Gets a piece of it, Moore does, to prevent the strikeout. It's still going to be 3-2. As Davis is ready, checking in with her catcher, has her sign, and she sends it in, and it's going to be a ball inside. The bases are loaded for East Carter as Moore draws the walk after falling behind early. That's going to advance Odell to second and Holloway to third. Bases are loaded for Hannah Brown. You know, Brown's really going to want to do something here. Bases are juiced. First pitch, and that is hit well to the gap. The right fielder gets it and ends the threat. East Carter leaves 3 runners on the base paths as that's an excellent catch in right field by the Doniphan right fielder, Caden Boyd. That's going to do it for the third. We'll be back with the fourth here in just a bit. You're watching the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. And we are back here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, being brought to you by J Blue Trucking. No matter what type of material you need hauled to your home, business, or job site, J Blue can haul it all. Give them a call, 573-718-4946. Also being brought to you by Russians Towing. Russians to the rescue, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Just give Russians a call, 573-785-6349. The OFC Tournament also being brought to you here on Facebook and YouTube by Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, a third-generation family-owned jewelry retailer and repair store serving the Poplar Bluff community for over 60 years. Where Walmart is next door to us. Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers. All right, coming up for the Doniphan Donuts here in the top of the fourth, we're going to start off with number 12, Peyton Lowry. So far, she had got on base on a walk and was able to come around and score back in the second inning. As Lowry fouls that first pitch back behind the first base stands there over near the softball clubhouse. And that's going to be a ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike for Lowry. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's high as Moore still struggling with her command a little bit. As Lowry's going to step out for a second and step back in. Moore has the pitch she wants. Here comes. And that's going to be ball outside. 3-1 count for Lowry. You know, Doniphan really wanted to extend this lead here. That's going to be a walk on 4 balls and 1 strike. Lowry takes first base. Coming up next, designated hitter Grayson Kirby. She got a single in the second inning. Then advanced to second on a pass ball. Was eventually stranded on the bases, though. That's going to be a strike called. On a swinging strike, I should say. As Kirby's base hit in the second, scored 2 runs. That's going to be a strike call, a quick 0-2 count. As you can tell, Moore needs a quick at-bat here after giving up that walk. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. High for a ball. She took a little bit off it, unable to get that ball to drop for a strike. Kirby, the 7-hitter for the Donettes this afternoon. That ball is past the catcher, and that's going to be a wild pitch, allowing Lowry to take second.
Come on, G. Win it, G. Win it.
Here comes the pitch. Kirby takes the ball outside. Full count. 3-2 count here. No outs. Doniphan has a runner on second. They are threatening here in the top of the fourth.
Come on, Grayson.
Grayson swings with a long drive to left field. It's going to end up being just a lazy pop fly. Easily caught by the left fielder for the first out of the inning. Coming up next will be number 4, Paige Wilson, the third baseman for the Donettes. As Wilson digs in. Here comes the pitch. Oh, no, wait, Moore shook off her sign, then came in and put it on the ground. As Lowry was threatening to take third, but the East Carter catcher, Chilton, chased her back to second. No one was covering there, so she really couldn't make a pickoff attempt there. As Lowry was kind of caught in between second and third, but wisely retreats back to second base. Here comes Moore with the pitch. That's going to be strike called. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wilson struck out in the second inning. Struck out looking. Going to try to avenge that at bat here in the fourth. Here comes the pitch from Moore. And that's popped up down the third base line. And it's going to be caught by the right fielder. She's going to try to throw out the runner at third, but nope. Lowry able to make it to third. Wilson is the second out of the inning. Caden Boyd steps up. She struck out in the second. As she has a runner on third as Lowry advanced on the fly out to right field. As they checked second base to see if Lowry had went back and tagged up, the umpire says she did. And thus will be allowed to stay on third. Won't end the inning. Here comes the pitch. Ball inside. 1-0 count. We want to see you commenting on Facebook. We want to see you commenting on YouTube. Glad to have everyone watching us here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. It is semifinal number 1. As that's going to be, thought it got through and bobbled by the second baseman. And that is going to score a run. That's going to be an E4, allowing a run to score on the error. Lowry comes in. It is now 4-0. First error of the game allows Boyd to take first base. As we go back to the top of the order, Sydney Speck back up for her third at bat of the day. She is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Here comes the pitch. Ball outside. Doniphan, 4-0 lead here in the game. As the people were expecting East Carter to be one of the big favorites for the tournament coming in, but they are down here about midway through this game. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for a strike. 1-1 count coming up. Starting, I don't know if you can hear the wind a little bit, picking up a bit. Swing and a miss for a strike. 1-2 count. As they check back at first. And Boyd able to get back safely. All right, Speck ready. Here comes the pitch, and that is bowled along the ground for a ball. Ball 2. As Moore getting ready for the sign that she wants. Has it, and here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for a strikeout to end the inning. Speck strikes out. Doniphan able to get another run on the board, though. It is now 4-0 in the middle of the 4th. We'll be back with more OFC Tournament on Facebook and YouTube. Emily Davis back to the mound for the Doniphan Donette. She's allowed 3 hits, 2 walks, but also has 4 strikeouts to go with that today. No runs allowed here entering the bottom of the 4th. Coming up to bat for the East Carter Lady Redbirds, I'm going to start with number 20, the catcher, Kaylee Chilton. So far today, she has a walk and was caught stealing back in the 2nd inning. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be a ball high outside. 1 ball, 0 strikes. Brian Monahan says, let's go Donettes. Glad to have you here, Brian. Glad to have you here as well, Terry Sue. Oh, that ball is hit well. Is it going to stay fair down the left field line? And that is going to end up being caught by the left fielder for the first out of the inning. Coming up to bat for East Carter now will be the shortstop, Anna Crowley, number 24. She's in the batter's box. That ball is straight up, back to the ditch. Giving another Doniphan player in the dugout a little bit of a job here. As an 0-1 count, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Here comes the pitch. Oh, just dribbles it down the right field line for a foul. 0 balls, 2 strikes for Crowley. Summer Fuller says, go Redbirds. Glad to have you watching, Summer. Here comes the pitch. Ball outside, a little bit high for Emily Davis. That's going to be 1 ball, 2 strikes. Davis allowed both a walk in the 2nd and the 3rd, but got strikeouts in both of those innings as well. And that's going to be fouled back to the backstop. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here. As Crowley takes the 2nd and is back in the batter's box. Davis is ready and throw. Oh, that ball is hit well to the left field gap, and that is going to get down and go to the wall. On the way to 2nd, Crowley with a stand-up double. That's what East Carter needed if they're going to get back in this game. Nice solid hit all the way to the wall for Anna Crowley. She is on 2nd, 1 out here on the bottom of the fourth. Coming up to bat, Carla Ochoa. She grounded out 6-3 to the shortstop in the second inning to end that little mini rally for the Lady Redbirds. Here comes Ochoa. Swings, solid drive to left field, but the left fielder is under it, has the catch, and will throw it back in. Quick at bat for Davis as she puts out Ochoa. As East Carter left fielder, McKenna Monahan has been busy this inning. As Davis is set, ready to deliver to Mackenzie Hutchinson. Swing and a miss a little bit late by Hutchinson. She struck out for the first out in the third inning. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike two. As Davis has Hutchinson fooled so far this at bat. Fantastic pitches. The 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Three pitches, three swinging strikes as Davis gets out of the inning. Only giving up the double. That's going to do it for the fourth. Doniphan still up 4-0. You're watching the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to the 2022 Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament Softball Championship. We are in the semifinals. All this being brought to you here on Facebook and YouTube by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Don't forget Barker's by request and also the Speed Shop Performance Parts in stock and all the great stuff they can do for you at Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, including shuttle service, jump starts, and 24/7 towing. It's Barker's by request, 573-785-7811. Also being brought to you by Stan Bader Truss. They've been building wood trusses for over 47 years. Stan Bader Truss. For more information, call 573-328-4150 or contact them on Facebook. All right, coming up for the Doniphan Donettes here in the top of the fifth. That's going to be led off by number 8. McKenna Monahan takes the ball to start off the inning. Monahan so far is 1 for 2. Got to, a single in the third was put out on a fielder's choice. Monahan takes second and is going to step back to the plate. Jordan Moore for East Carter has the sign she wants, delivers, and that ball is straight up and back right behind the fans there along the first base line. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count. Monahan back to the plate. Davis is back on the mound. We are ready to get this game back going. Set, fire, and deliver, and that's a solid hit right up the middle, but it's going to be caught by the shortstop for East Carter. Fantastic effort, lies out in the dirt. Anna Crowley, after the double in the last inning, she's able to get a nice little put out there to stop a possible base hit by Monahan. Now coming up, Micah Burton for the Donettes. And that's a nice solid hit. That's going to go all the way to the left fielder. And a single, first hit of the day for Micah Burton. As Burton gets her first hit of the day, she did score in the third after getting on base on the fielder's choice. And then the single by Kylie Hawkins. As that pitch is in the dirt, as Burton is going to take second base on the pass ball. As both Moore and her catcher had a little bit of trouble connecting here. Some of these pitches, quite a few passed balls and wild pitches so far here in this game. It's one of the reasons why it is currently 4-0. 2 balls, 0 strikes. Here is the pitch. Ball 3 to Kylie Hawkins. Had a single in the third. Was eventually stranded at third. Swing and a drive. This could be, and it's going to be caught at center field. Nice catch by the center fielder. Kieran Bond to come up now for the Donettes. Number 21 had a double, came around to score back in the second. Here comes the pitch. High, ball 1. As we are now just ticking across the 6 o'clock hour, glad to have everyone with us here on Facebook.com/Today'sTalkKWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Doniphan Donettes, number 4 seed, up over the number 1 seed East Carter Lady Redbirds, 4-0 here in the top of the 5th. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kieran Bond. That's going to be ball 2. Runner on second is Micah Burton, who got a single, then advanced to second on the pass ball. Here comes the next pitch. High for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike is the count. Aaron says, way to go, Donettes. You got this. She's happy with how Doniphan has played so far. We'll see if they're able to finish out the game. They got 3 more innings to go. That's going to be a strike there on the corner. Full count, 2 outs. Runner on second. As Bond takes a second, collects her thoughts, steps back in the batting box. Here comes the pitch, and she hits it back up the middle. Oh, second baseman cuts it off. Not going to be able to beat the runner. That is going to be a single for Bond as Burton advances to third on the single. Second single of the of the inning for Doniphan as Peyton Lowry will step to the plate. She has 2 walks so far here in the game today. She steps up to bunt. That's going to bring the East Carter Lady Redbirds in there along the third baseline. Showing the bunt here with 2 outs. Swings it and brings it back for a strike as Bond takes second base on fielder's indifference. As seems like Lowry not going to attempt to bunt this time. Nice swing, hits it straight back to the backstop. It's going to be second strike. 0 balls, 2 strikes, 2-1, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 5th, Doniphan trying to blow this game open here in the first semifinal. As Moore has the pitch she wants, here it comes. That's going to be fouled back almost all the way to the Lady Raiders softball clubhouse. Nice battle, 2 strikes here. Lowry trying to get a couple more runs across for the Donettes. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high for ball 1. Good eye by Lowry. Lowry back in the batter's box as Jordan Moore sets, readies, and fires. It's going to be ball high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Was 0-2. Fouled off a pitch and has now got it to a 2-2 count.
Hey, you got it, babe. So sexy.
Lowry stares down the pitcher, is ready for the 2-2 pitch. That's going to be popped up. Will it get out of play? Yep, just past the first base dugout where the Lady Redbirds are currently residing. That's still going to be 2-2 count, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. As that sun is going to start to become an issue for the batters. It's just past the center field scoreboard here at Three Rivers College. I wonder if that's going to start affecting their vision a little bit. Starting to affect mine a little bit, if I can be entirely honest. So here's the pitch down in the dirt. It was 0-2. It is now 3-2. Lowry able to expertly work this count back full. Runners on second and third. 3-2 count. Here is the pitch. Could have a big impact on this game. Strike 3 looking as Moore gets out of a jam. That's going to do it for the top of the 5th inning. We'll be back with the bottom of the 5th, and East Carter coming up to bat next. You're watching the 2022 Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to the 2022 Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament, being brought to you by Smokin' Aces. They're open Monday through Saturday, 10:30 to 1:30 a.m. Daily specials that change every week. They also have happy hour from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. Be sure and check them out. The only place with 25-cent pool tables all the time, Smokin' Aces. Also being brought to you by the Shooter Shack. Kevin buys, sells, and trades for all firearms at the Shooter Shack Outdoors, located on Shelby Road in Poplar Bluff, not far from Three Rivers College. We're also being brought to you by the Scott Law Group. Scott Law Firm does more than provide justice. They support local schools, small businesses, and assist with the betterment of Southeast Missouri. Proud supporter of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, the Scott Law Firm. Give them a call, 573-785-4688. We're also being brought to you by Christian's Automotive and Tire. Christian's Automotive and Tire stocks quality name brand tires you know and trust. Find them at Business 67 South at the end of the 4-lane in Poplar Bluff, or call 573-785-0208. All right, coming up for East Carter here in the bottom of the 5th, as they're going to be having to try to get something done here. Down 4-0 to the 4-seed Doniphan Donettes. Going to start with Grayson Kirby, the designated hitter. Now it looks like we've had a change as East Carter sends up Janica Holloway. Yeah, I got my two score sheets mixed up. Grayson Kirby is for the Donettes. Got to apologize about that. Yeah, as Holloway takes the at-bat, fouls the pitch back for the second strike of the at-bat. Holloway so far had a single back in the third. Has ended up being stranded at third base. East Carter unable to put a run across so far. Here comes the pitch. That is straight up as Tim has to look out again. But it just goes just past us, back into the ditch. Holloway keeps battling. Able to get another pitch out of this at bat here in the bottom of the 5th. Davis is ready and fires. That's going to be high for ball 1. Doniphan currently at 4-0, top of the 5th. East Carter going to try to battle back here. That ball is going to be high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As Emily Davis keeps up her stellar work so far. She's only allowed 4 hits through 4 innings. But she also has 5 strikeouts to go along with that. That ball is swung on and fouled directly back behind the umpire and the catcher. Big battle here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 0 outs in the top of the 5th. I'm sorry, the bottom of the 5th. Here comes the pitch. And that is fouled back as well. Big battle here so far to start off this fifth inning. Could kind of determine what's going to happen for the rest of this game. East Carter gets the runner on to start the inning. That could lead to them clawing back a few runs. As we had to retrieve a few balls from the ditch, so we have a ball to play with. Davis back on the mound, has the pitch she likes, and here it comes. That's going to be knocked down the third base line. Almost ended up hitting the third base coach for East Carter. Still going to be a strike, 2 balls, 2 strikes. As we approach, I believe, the 8th pitch of this at-bat. Davis fires. Here we go. Swung on and missed as Davis gets the strikeout of Holloway, the designated hitter for East Carter. The first out is in the books here in the bottom of the 5th. The 6th strikeout of the game for Davis. Before Crowley comes up to bat, she's going to have a little bit of a discussion here with her manager. No one on, 1 out here in the top of the bottom of the 5th. East Carter down 4-0 to the 4-seed Doniphan Donettes. Crowley has her instructions and is ready. Here comes the pitch. That is hit to left field. The left fielder is under it and makes the catch. As McKenna Monahan had a busy day over in left field so far. She had 2 putouts in the last inning. That's another one here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 quick out. After the long at bat, quick out for Davis, where she really needed. Riley Odell stepping to the plate. She's got a hit and a putout so far. That's going to be swung right to the second baseman. Picks it up on the bounce, gets it over to first baseman, and that is going to do it for the inning. East Carter goes down 1, 2, 3. We head to the 6th. Doniphan up 4-0 here at the 2022 Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, which is being brought to you by your good friends at First Choice Insurance. Just like a clutch play, having an insurance agent that cares is worth a replay. With First Choice, regardless of your insurance needs, they can help you. So give First Choice Insurance a call at 573-686-2870. Their family protecting your family. Also being brought to you by White Sanders Funeral Home in Fisk and Kewlin. They're a family-owned business committed to providing personalized service for all families with compassion, dignity, and respect. Jim and Kathy Sanders are proud to be a supporter of the community. Give them a call, 573-967-3300. Also being brought to you by Cornell Trucking. Known and trusted for over 50 years, they've been your dependable hauling and delivery company. Whether you need dirt, rock, sand, or everything in between, call the name you know and trust. Cornell Trucking at 967-3958. All right, we are at the middle of the 6th. No, I'm sorry, the top of the 6th. Get a little bit ahead of myself. Doniphan up 4-0. Coming up for the Donettes here in the top of the 6th inning. They are going to have number 1, Grayson Curry, designated hitter, leading off for them in the 7th spot, followed by Paige Wilson and Caden Boyd. So far today, Grayson Kirby has a single and a fly out to the left fielder. She's 1 for 1. Was able to get to second on the passed ball there back in the 2nd. Unable to come around, though. Kirby gets in the batter's box, takes ball 1. Terry Sue Hinton says, great inning, Donettes, on the fielding side. Absolutely. Here comes second pitch. That's swung on and fouled back by Kirby. 1 ball, 1 strike here in the top of the 6th. Doniphan trying to hold on and advance to the championship game, which is currently scheduled, I believe, for tomorrow, but we do have rain in the forecast, so that might change. That's going to be a ball outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Whenever that championship game is held, you'll be able to see it live on our Facebook and YouTube pages. Moore ready, sets, delivers. That's going to be hit right back to her, and it's going to just glance off Moore's glove as Kirby gets down to first. I don't think someone could call that an error. I'm not going to. I'm going to say that's a single. As Kirby gets on first base, the official score beside me says, yeah, she agrees. You could make an argument that Moore got her glove on it, but I'm not going to give someone an error for that. Yeah, Kirby gets the single. She advances to first base to start off the top of the sixth. It looks like we had a bunt attempt that goes foul. Kirby will have to retreat back to second while Wilson heads back to the plate, trying to kind of catch the East Carter defense sleeping a bit. As here comes the pitch, 0-1 count. Looked like Wilson was thinking about possibly bunting again, but held back on the pitch that was just way too high. 1 ball, 1 strike. As the sun has gone behind the clouds a bit, and it has cooled considerably with the wind. 2 balls, 1 strike. Wind has picked up a bit. And the sun is starting to, at least getting behind some clouds, can dull its impact a little bit, which is good for visibility, maybe not so good for the heat here. As a bunt attempt pulled back, it's going to be 3 balls, 1 strike on the ball in the dirt. Wilson wanting to extend Doniphan's lead here in the top of the 6th. They are up 4-0. Here comes the pitch, and it gets the bunt down. That's going to advance the runner. Throw to first is out. Oh, as the runner thought about going to third, and she's going to be, she got back under the slide. As a sacrifice bunt for Wilson to advance Kirby to second. We got time called on the Doniphan sideline. As we're going to get a pinch runner coming in for the Doniphan Donettes. McKenna Foster to take over at second base. As we now got all the roster shenanigans taken care of. Well, shenanigans is not the right word. They're just roster changes. As we have pinch runner over at second. And here comes the pitch to Boyd. That's going to be fouled back for a strike. Yeah, shenanigans was not the right word there, but shenanigans is just a fun word to say. Yeah, just you like to say it. James Wilson says, come on, Goose. He's watching. Glad to have everyone watching here with us today. As Doniphan is up 4-0 here in the top of the 6th. Ball 2 taken out, or ball 1 taken outside. As Boyd takes a couple practice swings and steps back to the plate. Moore is ready and fires, and that's going to be hit to the first base side. Gets to the second baseman, who throws it over to first. As the ball gets away at third, that is going to be a run. As Kirby advances to home and scores the 5th run for the Doniphan Donettes. That's going to be an error called, I believe, on the third baseman. It's probably on the first baseman on the throw. That's going to be the error that allowed Kirby to advance home. Strike 1 called. Attempted for the bunt. Unable to get that bunt to the ball. Ball one called, 1-1 count, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 6th, Doniphan is forced to run across to extend their lead to 5-0 over the top seed, East Carter Lady Redbirds. Strike one called as Sydney Speck, top of the lineup, back, does not have a hit so far today. 2 strikeouts, 1 looking. He's going to try to at least keep this inning going for the Donettes. That's not going to do it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that's going to do it for the 6th inning. As we go to the middle of the 6th, Doniphan adds another run to their total, up 5-0. You're watching the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We'll be back in just a moment. We are back at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, being brought to you by your good friends at Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri. There's no better place to start than Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri. Whether you're a first-time farmer or have been farming for years, they know what it takes to get you going. Serving farmers of the area since 1917. Also being brought to you by Simmons Grocery and Hardware. Simmons Grocery and Hardware is your one-stop shop for almost anything. They have affordable tools, hunting supplies, fresh sandwiches, and pizza made to order. Stop by. They're located on Highway 60 in Elsinore, or give them a call, 573-322-5758. All right, we go to the bottom of the 6th. Jordan Moore is going to step to the plate, trying to get something going for East Carter. They've had a few base runners here and there, 4 hits for the game, but unable to do anything with those hits as they are down 5-0. Here comes the first pitch. That's going to be fouled straight back by Morris. As Emily Davis has been doing fantastic so far, giving up 4 hits, but also has 6 strikeouts and only 2 walks to go with that as well. As Davis sets and fires, swing and a miss, strike 2 by Moore. Moore is going to take a second, take a practice swing, and head back to the batter's box. As Moore is ready, as is Davis, her counterpart, and here comes the pitch. Ball low, that was close. But Moore gets the call. 1 ball, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hope you'll stay with us. We have the 2nd semifinal coming up next, as that ball is going to be back to the ditch. 2nd semifinal is set to start at 7 o'clock, although that might run a little bit late if this game continues as it is. Of course, that game is going to be between Clearwater and Neelyville. Looking forward to that game. Scheduled to start at 7 o'clock, but as you know, anyone who's watched a tournament, if they stay on time, it is a minor miracle. So we're glad we've been able to stay on time for most of the day today. I don't know if it's going to be able to continue that last game, because that's going to be a ball outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jordan Moore. So far today, she struck out and walked. Davis has the pitch she wants, and here it comes. Ball outside, full count. As Moore went down early 0-2, but was able to fight back 3 straight balls. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss as Davis gets her to chase. That's going to be the 7th strikeout of the day for Davis. 2nd strikeout for Moore. That's going to bring up Hannah Brown to the plate, who is 0 for 2 today. swing. Ooh, that looks like it went off either the catcher's mitt or the umpire, one of the two. Foul straight back for Brown. It's going to be an 0-1 count. Davis has the pitch she wants. Fire, swing, and a miss. Strike two. As Brown is in a quick 0-2 hole after the foul and the swing and a miss. Here comes the pitch, and that's foul directly back behind. That sounds like it hit concrete, but then continued on to its rightful place, the ditch behind us. 0-2 count, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. East Carter has 5 outs remaining, down by 5 runs to try to get something going. Here's the pitch, and that swung and hit very well to center field, and that is going to be across the out of the stadium, and that's going to be a home run. First run of the game, Hannah Brown circles them all. It is now 5-1 as East Carter is thinking the comeback starts now as they get their first run on the board. Fantastic swing by Brown, just right under the scoreboard there in center field. As catcher Kaylee Chilton going to step up. She is 0 for 1 with a walk and a caught stealing today. Davis going to try to regroup after that home run. That's going to be a single or a hit to the shortstop. Eats her up a little bit, and she is able to get the ball over to the first baseman in time for the out. That was a fantastic effort by the shortstop for Doniphan. Kieran Bond, who had the ball, eat her up a little bit, got a little bit away from her, was stuck with it, got the ball over to first just in time for the out. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th, or the bottom of the 6th. Stepping to plate is Anna Crowley. She's got a triple and a double today. And a foul ball. Excellent catch by the Donheads catcher there off the back netting. Burton was ready for that. She knew exactly where it was going to end up. As Crowley steps back in the box. Here comes the pitch. That's hit well to center field as well, but the center fielder is under it and makes the catch for the 3rd out. That's going to do it for the bottom of the 6th inning. We're going to go to the 7th. Doniphan up by 4 as Brown's home run gets 1 back for East Carter. You're watching the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, being brought to you by Roof Raiders. They were voted the #1 roofer in Jonesboro, Arkansas, and are now expanding to Southeast Missouri. Roof Raiders work fast and go this extra step to make sure every detail is done right. They even work with your insurance adjuster on your behalf. Give them a call, 573-300-3221. The #1 rated Roof Raider, expanding to Southeast Missouri. Also being brought to you by Liberty, a proud sponsor of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. They want to wish good luck to all the teams competing for the conference championship title. Liberty, sustaining energy and water for life. All right, we are heading to the theoretical final inning. Assuming East Carter doesn't put up some runs in the bottom of the 7th, this is going to be the final inning. Doniphan steps to the plate, top of the 7th. Coming up, they're going to start with McKenna Monahan, left fielder. Trying to get some insurance runs here, up by 4. It is 5-1 in the top of the 7th. That's going to be ball 1. I want to thank everyone for watching us on Facebook and YouTube as a strike called. 1 ball, 1 strike for McKenna Monahan. As the sun has retreated behind some clouds and the wind has picked up, which has given a definite chill to the air as ball 2 is down and away. All right, here comes Moore with the pitch, and that's in the dirt for ball 3. Moore takes off her face protector for a second, kind of adjusts it, and is back and ready to go. 3 balls and 1 strike is the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Might have been ball 4, but Moore was able to get Monahan to chase a bit. It's now full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 0 outs here in the top of the 7th. That's going to be swung on into left field, into right field, and caught by the East Carter right fielder. That's going to be the first out of the inning. Sierra Duckett able to get that catch over in right field. Mika Burton stepping to the plate so far today. She has gotten a single, gotten on base on the fielder's choice, and flown out. Her 4th at bat. That's going to be a ball outside. After Burton, Kylie Hawkins will come up to bat, and if the inning's extended, Kieran Bond will come up to bat. And that's going to be hit down the left field line, but just outside. Doniphan coach thought she might have had it for a second, but just scooted right to the left of the base. It's going to be 1 ball and 1 strike. Burton back in the batter's box, as the Doniphan dugout has a little bit of fun with her coach. As Moore's ready, and here comes the pitch. That's hit well to center field, and that is going all the way to the back, to the center field wall. As a throw into second is not in time. Burton with the double. Her 2nd hit of the game. Doniphan has something going here in the top of the 7th. Coming to bat, number 22, Kylie Hawkins, the first baseman for Doniphan. Runner on second, 1 out. Here comes the pitch. That's fouled straight back. And nice catches by both catchers off of that back netting. As the 2nd foul ball straight back for Kylie Hawkins. She's got a single so far today, and 1 for 3 so far. 2 fly balls to the outfield were her outs. That ball is going to be foul over the dugout. Able to keep this at bat alive. 0 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Moore kind of mishandled the ball coming back to her. But as that was a foul ball, the ball was not back in play, so Burton had to stay there on second base. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 Hawkins. As Moore stares down her catcher, has the sign she wants, and fires. That's going to be a foul ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got enough of it just to kind of dribble it back. Nice bouncer to the umpire. You know, Kylie really would like to get the run back that East Carter got back in the bottom of the 6th. As that ball is going to be bowled, but Burton's going to stay there at second. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Moore just let the ball go a little bit early. Here comes the pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's hit well to left field, and that is going to be down. Burton's going to advance to third. Hawkins is going to stop at first on the single. Doniphan's got 2 on, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Try to get some insurance runs before the bottom of the 7th. Coming to bat will be Kieran Bond, the shortstop for Doniphan. 2 hits already in this game. You know she'd like to add a few more here. Moore is kind of debating on what pitch to throw, and then she's going to come inside, and it looks like we're going to have a stolen base, fielder's indifference, whatever you want to call it, as Hawkins takes second base. That's going to be hit directly off the middle. That's going to score a run on this single as Hawkins is going to stay at third. Run will score. Burton comes home after her double. And it is now 6-1 for the Donettes. 3 consecutive hits, a double and 2 singles. They have runners on the corners again. 1 out. Up, coming to bat. Peyton Lowry threatening to bunt. Pulls back. Anytime Doniphan gets a runner on first, these guys pretty much been content to let them take second. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be a ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 on, 1 out for the Doniphan Donettes. At the plate, Peyton Lowry. So far, she's got 2 walks and a strikeout here in this semifinal. Here comes the pitch. And that's hit back to the second baseman. That is going to score a run. Sacrifice 4-3 as Hawkins comes in to score. It is now 7-1. As Emily Davis is going to be in. No, I'm sorry. Grayson Kirby is back in for number 11. McKenna Foster had taken her spot earlier. That's hit well to the outfield. And that is going to be off the center fielder as Grace gets into second with a double and score. The run does score. It is 8-1. As the center fielder for East Carter is down. Looks like she went up against the wall. So we're going to let her be attended to. Run does score. Bond comes around to score. Grayson Kirby gets to second, and it looks like the center fielder for East Carter is okay. Just a little shaken up after hitting the wall. That is Elizabeth Crowley. Glad to see she's up and okay. Doniphan extends their lead, their 3rd run here in the 5th inning, or in the 7th inning. It's now 8-1. That ball is up and outside. Up at the plate is Paige Wilson. She's got a strikeout, a sacrifice, and a flyout. She's 0 for 2 for the day. Doniphan, number 4 seed against the top seed Lady Redbirds, have taken it to them. 8 runs so far today. It is 8-1. As that's going to be ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Jordan Ward takes second and is back on the mound. Here's the pitch. Strike 2 called. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As Kirby, the designated hitter. As Paige Wilson steps back to the plate. Kirby is on second base after her double. That's going to be a ball inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count. As Jordan Moore once again takes off her mask, takes a second to regroup, and gets back on the mound. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, that's going to be popped up. As we have going to have a fielder interference or a base runner interference on the third base, as the third baseman was going back for the out, and that's going to do it. That's going to be the end of the 7th inning.
Where was the second out? Oh, never mind.
As we're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. East Carter has 7 runs to make up. If they want to continue this game, we'll have that coming up for you next. Here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, we are back for the bottom of the 7th inning. The final chance for the East Carter Lady Redbirds coming up. They're going to have Carla Ochoa, Mackenzie Hutchinson, and Janica Holloway. If they're going to continue this game, they are down 7 runs, 8-1 here in the bottom of the 7th. Carla Ochoa will step up to the plate. Swings on the ball high, and that's going to go back to the ditch. Another side job for the Doniphan Donettes back there. As Emily Davis has pitched an absolute gem today for the Donettes. She's trying to close it out here. That ball is fouled back, almost the exact same place as the one right before it. So Ochoa has Davis's timing down, just can't get all the way around on it in time to put it back into the field of play. 0 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Davis has the ball and is ready, back on the mound. Here comes the pitch. That's swung foul ball on the other side. As Ochoa and Davis having a nice battle here. Ochoa just not able to get fully around on the ball to get it going forward instead of backwards. Ochoa so far today is 0 for 2. That's a ground out and a fly out. Ochoa back in the box. We're ready to get back going here. Davis has the sign she wants. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be back to the third baseman. She's going to grab it, throw over to first, but Ochoa is able to beat out the throw and is going to go all the way to second, where she will stop. As just a little kind of, Davis didn't know if she was going to take that or not. Third baseman grabbed it and threw it wide. As Ochoa gets on first on the air and advances to second. And we'll give her a single on that. And then advances to second on the air. East Carter has something going, trying for the bunt. That's going to be back to the backstop. Mackenzie Hutchinson up at the bat, trying to keep this game going. Here's the pitch. That's swung on, well hit, but right to the second baseman. Possible double play, and that's going to be the second out of the inning. As the line drive to the second baseman, and then the force out, or the put out, the force out back at second, as Ochoa unable to get back in time. Two outs. East Carter down to their final out. And it's going to be Janica Holloway stepping to the bat. Swings and just past the diving third baseman. That could have been the ball game. But East Carter lives to continue to fight. Down 7 runs here in the bottom of the 7th. It's going to be ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike for Janica Holloway. Holloway looks at a ball outside. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 out. Davis trying to close this game out and put the Doniphan Donettes in the finals. I'm sorry, it was 1 ball, 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. That's it to the shortstop, and that's going to do it. Doniphan gets the win, the upset of the 1-seed East Carter Lady Redbirds, 8-1. Doniphan will advance to play in the finals against the winner of our nightcap, scheduled to start at 7 o'clock, might be pushed back a little bit. That is going to be Doniphan's going to take on the winner of Clearwater and Neelyville. That's going to be starting for you here soon. Keep it here. We'll have your final post-game wrap-up in just a bit here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. The Doniphan Donettes, number 4 seed with the upset of the number 1 seed East Carter Lady Redbirds, 8-1. As we're going to go over your pitching stats for that game. Emily Davis, the winning pitcher for the Donettes, went 7 innings, gave up 6 hits and 1 run, 2 walks and 7 strikeouts. Jordan Moore for East Carter went 7 innings, 11 hits and 8 runs, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. Of course, we had the big home run by Hunter Brown. It was the only run for East Carter in this game. Doniphan added 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth, and 3 in the seventh to take this game 8-1. We have the last semifinal coming up for you with Frankie Castile in just a bit. Hang around for that. It's supposed to start at 7. Might be a little bit late with the way this game has started, but we're going to keep it here right for you on Today's Talk, KWOC's Facebook page and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Frankie's with you next. Have a great day and enjoy the final semifinal. It's going to be Clearwater taking on Neelyville here in just a bit. Glad to have you with us here on YouTube and Facebook.
All right, welcome back now to the OFC Semifinals here live in Poplar Bluff. I'm Frankie Castillo. We are back with you. I had to sneak off and take care or go call the Poplar Bluff baseball game against the Greenville Bears, and that game wound up being a lot closer than what many folks thought. And, of course, Poplar Bluff getting a big win in the bottom half of inning number 7. But now we turn our attention to the final game of Day 1 semifinals coming up between the Clearwater Lady Tigers and, of course, the Neelyville Lady Tigers. And a big shout out to the Doniphan Donettes getting a big win over the number 1 seed earlier today, or a few moments ago. They won their game 8-1. So now setting up a showdown. The winner of this game will match up against Doniphan hopefully tomorrow. And of course, we're going to have to keep you posted on everything that is going to happen tomorrow with, of course, the upcoming weather. So we are back with you, and we're going to be with you for Game 5 coming your way later on here in just a few moments. The field is in really good shape. Both teams look to be loose, and this game could really go either way. Neelyville getting a big win, 14-3, or make that 16-3 earlier this afternoon. And then Clearwater getting a big win over Greenville as well. So that's where we sit here this afternoon, or this evening rather, as we get ready for the nightcap. Game number 5 is coming up here in just a few moments. And of course, we are so excited that we are able to bring this game to you live right here on our Facebook page on 93.3 FM, 9:30 a.m. And of course, we are streaming live on YouTube and on Facebook. And of course, we are so grateful that you're with us. Been with us all day long. Big numbers have been with us all day long here. And of course, we are so excited that you have been able to hang on with us all game long. Coming up, we will have our starting lineups in just a few moments for this last game of the night. And if it's like it was in the last game, we are in for a really good treat here, as Doniphan getting a big win over the number 1 seed in East Carter. And by the way, coming in the game, East Carter was undefeated. And of course, Doniphan took care of that. So we'll see what will happen in our 5th and final game of the evening between Neelyville, the number 2 seed, and Clearwater, the number 3 seed. It should be a lot of fun. We'll take a quick timeout. We're going to come back and we'll get you to our starting lineups. And opening pitch is coming up between Neelyville and Clearwater. We are live at Three Rivers College in Poplar Bluff. We're coming right back in just a few moments. All right, so welcome back now. Here we go as we get ready for the opening lineups here. And let's talk to you about the starting lineup here for this Clearwater team out of Piedmont, Missouri. Let's talk about the starting lineup here today. Leading things off, playing center field, number 6, Abby Cheney, batting second. She'll be the pitcher. And we're talking about Becca Brewington. Batting third, the catcher, is number 16, Reagan Shear, batting cleanup over at third base. It is number 21, Riley Hurt, batting fifth at third base. Number 12, Georgia Eaton, batting sixth. She'll be at shortstop here this evening. McKinley Keister, number 26, batting seventh. Number 1, Tiffany Williams, she'll be at second base. The DH, Batting 8th here this evening is number 9, Kristen Street. And batting 9th here, she'll be playing left field. That is number 13, Linda Mays. And not batting, playing right field, is number 2, Grace Breesley. That is your starting lineup for Clearwater. Taking it around the horn now, out in left field is going to be September Pressler, number 2, over in center field. Number 13, Lainey Dobbins in right field. Number 11, Jade Crosswhite looking over in the infield. Third base, number 20, Leah Million over at shortstop. It'll be number 35, Reese Dobbins at second base. In this matchup, number 15, Addison Couch at first base. It'll be number 4, Bridget Million. Behind the plate is number 6, Lexus Haygood. As we get underway, there is a ball called outside on the mound for the Neelyville Lady Tigers. Number 9, Dixie Cloud, making her 5th start of the season. She has pitched 27 innings, giving up 17 hits, 11 runs, 8 of them earned, walked 13 batters, and struck out 29. And she's hit a couple of batters. Her ERA, by the way, is 2.074. 1 ball, 1 strike as we're underway here live at Three Rivers College. And we're so glad you're with us. Make sure to tune in on Facebook. Let us know who you're going for in this final semifinal game of the day. Swing and a miss. There is strike 2 off the bat. So Abby Cheney going to lead things off here for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Once again, I'm Frankie Castillo. Glad to have you alongside. Was with you in game 1 and 2 and had to take a quick little break to go cover the Mules game. There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout to begin the top part of inning number 1. And now Becca Brewington going to come up wearing number 54. She will bat second here in the inning. So now Becca Brewington coming in. Dixie Cloud. Here is the pitch. This one's popped up. This one out toward left field. Coming in, making a play is 2 outs in the inning by September Pressler. She wound up in pitched in the first game for Neelyville, and she pitched pretty impressively at that. So 2 up and 2 down here in the inning. And now Reagan Shear coming up. She is the catcher. This one popped up. This one right over our head. It's going to be foul ball. So quickly, no balls and a strike here. Big shout out to Sean Mannon for stepping in while I had to call the Mules game earlier on. Did a great job. We appreciate him for sure. No balls and a strike here. This one is a little bit low and outside. By the way, our home plate umpire this evening's game is Dave Crockett out in first base. The field umpire is Adam Epps. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the next pitch. This one lined out to right field. Getting underneath it to make a play on it. 1, 2, 3. That one is Jade Crosswhite. So we go to the bottom half of inning number 1. No score as the Neelyville Lady Tigers, they come to bat here in just a few moments. You're listening to live coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament here on today's Talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM, KWOC. All right, so let's go ahead and get you to our starting lineup here for the Lady Tigers out of Neelyville. Leading things off at center field, Lainey Dobbins. Batting second at left field is September Pressler. Batting third at shortstop, Reese Dobbins. Batting cleanup, the pitcher, Dixie Cloud. Batting fifth at catcher, she is Lexus Haygood. Batting sixth at third base is Leah Million. Batting seventh at first base is Bridget Million. Batting eighth, the DH is Riley Moore. And batting ninth at right field, Jade Crosswhite. Not batting, playing second, it is Jade Crosswhite. And looking now defensively here for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Out in right field here this evening, it'll be number 2, Grace Breesley. Playing center field is Abby Cheney. Over in left field today, it is Linda Mays. Looking around the infield now at third base, you're looking at Georgia Eaton. Over at shortstop here today, or for this game, it is McKinley Keister. Over at second base, it is Tiffany Williams at third base, or make that first base. That was second base. At first base, it'll be Riley Hurt. And behind the plate is going to be Reagan Shear. And on the mound, once again, is going to be Becca Brewington for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. We'll see what they've got in store for Neelyville as they get ready to come to the plate. No score as we begin here in the bottom half of inning number 1. Lainey Dobbins is coming up to the plate, batting .280 here on the season. She's got no homers and 1 RBI. Or I should say she had 1 RBI going into today's game. She picked up 5 RBIs in the first game of the afternoon for Neelyville. So 1, 2, 3, Clearwater goes here in the top of the first, and now we'll see. There's a ball taken up a little bit high. So Clearwater goes 1, 2, 3 in the top part of the first inning, and now we'll see what Neelyville has in store coming up. And there's ball 2 taken a little bit outside. So quickly 2 balls and no strikes here. Here in the bottom half of inning number 1. Dobbins now. There's a swing and a miss. Good pitch by Becca Brewington. Now it's 2 balls and a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. As Becca Brewington gets the sign that she wants. This one is up high a little bit for ball 3. Boy, it's really cooled off here at Three Rivers College. Earlier this afternoon, quite warm, but not right now. There's a swing and a miss. Count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter. And she'll take a leadoff walk. So now September Pressler coming up now. So Pressler coming up. She is batting .333 on the season. No homers and 4 RBIs. And Dobbins thought about taking off. She'll back up and go back to first base. So 1 ball, no strikes. There's a strike called. Good pitch by Brewington.
Hey, you got it. Let's go. Hop into the box, babe.
So 1 ball and 1 strike. Pressler showing bunt. She goes 1 ball and 2 strikes now. So Brewington on the mound for Clearwater. This one's a shot. This one's going to get to the outfield. So quickly now, a base hit winds up. A leadoff walk is going to put Neelyville on the corners now, first and third base. So Pressler doing her job now, getting the runner over to third base. And now Reese Dobbins coming up to the plate. We're going to get the head coach of Doniphan coming up here in just a few moments. We'll get her on. 1 ball, no strikes. Runners on second and third base now. As Reese Dobbins now. Nobody out. There's a ground ball. Good job by the third baseman, walking the runners back. That was a great play by the third baseman, by Georgia Eaton. It goes 5-3 on the out. The important thing is no runners advance. So Dixie Cloud now is coming up. She is the pitcher trying to help her own cause. Batting .455 on the season. Takes ball one inside. 2 homers, 12 RBIs so far this season. This one is a shot to third base. And nobody's going to be out. It's going to wind up being a throwing error on the third baseman, a very low throw, and a run's going to come in to score. So Neelyville is going to take advantage of an E5. And they lead 1-0. Lexus Haygood now coming up to the plate. So Haygood comes up, and we'll see what she can do. Showing bunt here and going to hold up, and Dixie Cloud winds up on second base. Let us know where you're watching from, what team you're going for, Clearwater or Doniphan, in our nightcap. Our final game of day number 1. This one taken for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. So quickly now, 2 balls and no strikes. There's a strike called right down the middle. Two balls and a strike, 1 down here in the inning. This one misses just a little bit for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike now. To the catcher, Lexus Haygood, the 5th batter of the inning. Mackenzie Hobbs is tuning in. She says, let's go Neelyville. This one gets behind the catcher, and here comes the runner. Pressler comes in to score. So Pressler now comes in to score. It's now 2-0 in favor of Neelyville on the pass ball. So Dixie Cloud standing on third base now. That was ball 4. So Haygood winds up on first base. And we're going to get a courtesy runner coming in now. Madison Parrish is going to come in for the catcher, or for the pitcher rather, for Dixie Cloud with 1 down. Coming up to the plate is Leah Million, third baseman for Neelyville. She is batting .450 here on the season. So Million comes up 2-0 right now. Neelyville's got runners on the corners. There's a strike called, and once again, Neelyville being very aggressive on the base paths here early in the game. As Haygood takes off, and she winds up on second base. It's already 2-0 in favor of Neelyville. Big crowd here at the college here this evening. No balls and 2 strikes to Leah Million. Million, by the way, with runners in scoring position, still looking for a first hit with runners on second or third base. She may have got one there. She did. 1 run is going to come in. There's a fielding error attached to it. And 2 runs are going to come in to score. And she's going to wind up on third base. It is now 4-0 in favor of Neelyville.
Time.
So they're going to give her 2 RBIs on the play for Million. Runs 3 and 4 comes across, and now we're going to get a mound visit here. Clearwater down 4 runs here in the first inning. Neelyville. Comments are coming in left and right. We appreciate you tuning in here tonight live wherever you're watching. So as of right now, we are scheduled to play again tomorrow. What we don't know is what time those games are going to go. It all depends on the forecast and where we stand on that. There's a strike called right down the middle. No balls and a strike now. Still just one out in the inning. We'll get you to our great sponsors coming up here in just a moment. Bridget Million in the 7th spot batting. It's no balls and 2 strikes now. Bridget Million batting .263 on the season, and she's got 1 homer and 7 RBIs to her name. Here is the next pitch. Good stop by the catcher. Not allowing it to get behind her. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Reagan Shear doing a great job stopping that one. So as of right now, the third place game, which will feature East Carter, they will play tomorrow at 3 p.m., depending on the forecast, obviously. That will all change if we get rain or if we're supposed to get rain. Doniphan moves on to the championship game tomorrow. I was watching some of that game earlier today as I was calling the Bluff game. Doniphan played out of their mind from what I could see. Ron Withrow tuning in, as is Sarah Dolan, says, let's go Neelyville. Ron, the Mules pulled off a victory today. Man, that'd have been pretty, but they got the win. There's a ground ball hit very hard to right field. A 1 run comes in. It's now 5-0 in favor of Neelyville. An RBI base hit by Bridget Million. And now it is 5-0 Neelyville. Their hitting is carrying over from earlier this afternoon. Ron Withrow says, let's go Neelyville. Already 5-0 now. And Riley Moore, who had her first hit this season, a monster home run over the right field wall earlier today. There's a swing and a miss. Going down to first base, not in time. Ron says the Cardinals are winning 5-0. I would ask him how the Cubs are doing, but he won't tell me anyway. Someone says they're losing in the crowd here. No balls and a strike to Riley Moore. There's strike 2 called. One thing about Neelyville is they're being very aggressive on the base pads, and that's one thing that Coach Siebert talked about they were going to have to do to beat Clearwater or Greenville in this next game. Appreciate that, Ron, for tuning in to Mules Baseball. We do appreciate you. Showing bunt low and outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Or 1 ball, 2 strikes. Clouds starting to move in now. Boy, it was a great sunny afternoon. The official scorekeeper of the OFC tournament. She looks very cold right now. Swing and a miss. 2 down in the inning. And now Jade Crosswhite is going to come up to the plate. 2 down in the inning. The 9th batter of the inning is going to come up. Jade Crosswhite getting the start here this evening. Once again, they're being very aggressive on the base pads. And Million winds up on second on a stolen base. $5-0 is the score. This one's going to go foul. Good job by Crosswhite. Clearwater just trying to get out of the inning, only giving up the 5 runs. So Doniphan's head coach, they are still here watching this game. They're going to take on the winner coming up tomorrow. That game is supposed to be played at 5 p.m. Something tells me that game is not going to go at 5 p.m. though. Swing and a miss by Crosswhite. She's behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crosswhite this season hasn't started much, but there's a nice little slapper down the third base line and got her by a step as the 9th batter came to the plate. It goes 5-3 on the out, but not before 5 runs that come across. 5 big runs for Neelyville comes across. They've got 3 hits. on the inning. So we'll come right back here as we get ready for the top part of inning number 2. Neelyville right now, they lead this score by a score of 5-0. You're listening to the OFC Tournament here on today's talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM KWOC. And we are back here for inning number 2, and Neelyville right now leading at 5-0. Riley Hurt, Georgia Eaton, and McKinley Keister all due up 4, 5, and 6 here for the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater. Our broadcast is presented by Day One Chiropractic, also being brought to you by Southern Care and Comfort In-Home Agency, JG Concrete Construction, J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling, and being brought to you by J Blue Trucking, proud supporters of the OFC Softball Tournament. No balls in a strike here to the leadoff batter in Riley Hurt. 5-0 Neelyville leading this game in the top part of inning number 2, and there's a ball as Dixie Cloud is on the mound for this Neelyville team, making her 5th start of the season, an earned run average of 2.074. Also, she is coming into today's game, struck out 29 batters, 1 in the first inning, so make it 30 on the year. This one fouled away. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. The winner of this game is going to meet up with Doniphan coming up tomorrow. Boy, that's going to be a good ball game no matter who it is. Doniphan picking up a big win, 2 wins here earlier today, 1 against Twin Rivers, and then came out and beat the number 1 seed, East Carter. Beat them 8-1. Time called. Time was granted by the home plate umpire. Heather Ann says, let's go Clearwater, tuning in from El Paso, Texas. Glad to have you alongside, Heather. Nice scoop at shortstop, got her by a step. 1 down here in the inning. Good job by the shortstop, Reese Dobbins. 1 up and 1 down here in the top part of inning number 2. It goes 6-3 on the out. My good buddy Vernon Barker is running around here somewhere. I tried to get him on the air, but he wouldn't do it. He says he's cold. The new elected school board member of Neelyville, by the way. Does a great job for the community. We appreciate Vernon Barker, all he does. This one outside, ball 1 to Georgia Eaton, the third baseman for Clearwater. Heather Ann, what's the weather like in El Paso, Texas? We started out today in the mid-50s. It's not that way anymore. We're down to 53 right now with an east-southeast wind at 6 miles an hour. 2 balls and no strikes. Cloud doing her job on the mound right now. She has pitched 1 1/3 innings so far, giving up no hits and no runs. All right. There's a line drive right to the shortstop again, and out at first base. Dobbins again with a great play. 2 up and 2 down here in the inning. So McKinley Keister coming up now. 5-0 Neelyville here in the top part of inning number 2. McKinley Keister, the shortstop, coming up now. This one swings on the first pitch. It goes down the third base line and foul. Heather says 90 today. Get out of here, Heather, with that 90 stuff. I wish it was 90 here, for crying out loud. 90 degrees. No balls and a strike. Top part of inning number 2. Winner moving on to take on Doniphan tomorrow in the OFC Championship game. As of right now, scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. I was talking with the athletic director for Twin Rivers, Miss Westerfield. There's a swing and a miss. She's down on strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Told me that there is a good possibility the games may get moved up tomorrow. As far as times, we don't know. We're going to have to play it by ear and kind of see the forecast. Time is called at home plate by Keister. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Make sure and share this feed for us on Facebook. Swing and a miss. And there are 3 outs here in the inning. So no runs, no hits, nobody gets on. We go to the bottom half of inning number 2 coming up for Neelyville. We are back to the top of the lineup in Laney Dobbins. When we come back, the Lady Tigers lead by 5. You're listening to the OFC Tournament on today's Talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM, KWOC. All right, we are back here live in Poplar Bluff at Three Rivers College. Tim, I had to get my green drink for the nightcap. Had to get that detox drink ready to go. Jennifer Prince says, let's go Tigers. Haley Woods is tuning in all the way from Illinois. Says, let's go Lady Tigers. 5-0 the score. Joining me right now, the head coach of the Doniphan Donettes. Got head coach Laura Chilton here. And coach, first off, congratulations on a big win against East Carter. And how was you guys able to put together 8 runs over a very solid East Carter team?
Well, I have to say the middle of my lineup really did a good job. They put the bat on the ball, and I couldn't have been more proud of the hits that they put together. So talk about this game you're seeing right now. Neelyville and Clearwater, still lots of ball game left to go, but Neelyville jumps off to a 5-0 lead. What are you shocked about, or maybe not shocked, maybe impressed with? By the way, Neelyville's coming out being very aggressive on the base pads, and right now they're swinging for the fences, a leadoff base hit. And quickly, Dobbins back on first base. Laney Dobbins now 1 for 1. She has walked and now singled. They're being very aggressive at the plate, and they're being very aggressive on the base pads. Yes, they are a very strong hitting team.
So what can you guys do if you guys wind up and take on Neelyville? What will you guys do coming up tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening to kind of cap that a little bit early in the ball game?
Well, hopefully our defense stays strong like it was for the 2 games today, and we can hit just like we did against Jordan Moore.
So, of course, coming up, you guys, still a lot of ball game left to go. What about Clearwater? They've got some good talent as well, so it's not going to be an easy win if Clearwater comes back to beat Neelyville here this evening.
Yes, same thing with Clearwater. We'll have to keep our bats hot and our defense strong.
Something tells me you're nervous about being on the air with me. I think you do a better job than I do. You want to take over here? You do the whole thing. I'll go over there and watch.
No,
see, and Tim says he'd rather have you as well.
Leave coaching to me.
Leave coaching to you.
I don't want to do the air.
Good play by the third baseman. Well, Coach, once again, congratulations on not 1 but 2 big wins coming up, and we look forward to seeing you sometime tomorrow. Not sure about the game times just yet, but either way, should be a fun championship game, either against Neelyville or Clearwater. Congratulations, and we'll see you again coming up tomorrow.
Thank you.
You betcha. Head coach here of the Doniphan Donettes getting a big win today. Not 1 but 2 wins. 1 down here in the inning as Pressler grounds out to third base, and Dobbins now winds up on second base. Reese Dobbins coming up. She grounded out to third base her first time. Appreciate Coach Chilton joining us live on the air. She's been a class act all afternoon long. We try to interview all the coaches here at the OFC tournament. It's about the coaches and the kids. 5-0 the score right now as Brewerton throws one in there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reese Dobbins 0 for 1 here in the ball game. We've had an amazing crowd on social media all day from start all the way to finish. Here is the 1-1 pitch. This one up high for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike now. 7:32 on this Tuesday evening. Cloudy skies now. Going to get down into the mid-40s. And then we turn our attention to the rain coming up on Wednesday. This one, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike now to Reese Dobbins. Dixie Cloud is on deck. She has pitched really good so far in the first 2 innings. No runs, no hits. And there's a 2-out or a 1-out walk. So runners now on first and second base. A leadoff base hit by Dobbins. And now a 1-out walk by Reese Dobbins. Dixie Cloud reached on an air her first time, came around to score. Coming up now with runners on first and second base. This one out to left field. It's down for a base hit. 1 run's going to be waved around. And there's not going to be a throw. She'll come around to score. And now on the overthrow, the runners will move up to second and third base. An RBI base hit by the pitcher, Dixie Cloud. It is now 6-0 in favor of Neelyville. And we're going to get a courtesy now for the pitcher coming in now. Once again, I believe Madison Parrish is going to come in. She will. So Lexus Haygood coming up to the plate. Got a base hit her first time. Came around to score after she stole second. There's another rip. This one to a second base. She'll get an RBI. But there are 2 outs of the inning now. 2 down in the inning. So it is now 7-0 Neelyville. 2 down here in the inning. We're only in the second. Leah Million going to come up now. A 2 RBI base hit. Once again, smacks this one out to center field. It's going to go over the head of the center fielder. 1 run is going to come in, and it'll be a 2-out double. So a 2-out double. It is now 8-0. And Leah Million, she's got 3 RBIs here in the ball game already. So a big double goes over the head of the center fielder. And now Bridget Million got an RBI base hit back in the first, and she comes in with a runner on second base. Boy, Neelyville just teeing off right now in this second game. This one popped up to right field. It's going to get down for a hit if it's fair. It is a fair. Be an RBI base hit as Leah Million comes in to score. It's now 9-0. So RBI base hit, 9-0 now. So the 8th hitter to bat in the inning, it's Riley Moore. Struck out her first time in this game. 9-0 in favor of Neelyville. They put up 5 runs in the first inning, already 4 runs here in the second inning. This game being brought to you by Russians Towing, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, also being brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Also Stan Bader Trust, Smokin' Aces at Shooter Shack. Also being brought to you by the Scott Law Firm, Christians Automotive and Tire, First Choice Insurance, White Sanders Funeral Home, Cornell Trucking, Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri, Simmons Grocery and Hardware. Also being brought to you by the Roof Raiders and Liberty, proud supporters of the OFC Softball Tournament. 2 balls and a strike now to Riley Moore. Standing on deck is Jade Crosswhite. Crosswhite grounded out her first time. Runner on second base, or make that first base rather, as Bridget Moore stands on first. This one popped up to the screen at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Neelyville jumps out to a 9-0 lead over 1 1/3, or make that 1 2/3 innings. 5 runs in the first, 4 in the second. Brewerton now comes in. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And the side has been retired, but not before 4 more runs come across. And once again, 4 hits in the inning. Coming up for the top part of inning number 3, 7-8-9 is due up. Tiffany Williams will lead us off in the top part of inning number 3, 9-0. Neelyville leads it here in the semifinals. You're listening to the OFC Softball Tournament here on today's Talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM, KWOC. All right, so we are back here as we get ready for the top part of inning number 3. And right now, Neelyville leads this game 9-0. So far in the ball game, Brewerton's given up 9 runs on 7 hits, 1 error in the ball game, 3 stranded, also a strikeout, 2 and walk 2. Dixie Cloud so far going in for her 3rd inning. She has given up no hits, no runs. She has struck out 2 batters and walked none in the first 2 innings. Her ERA is 2.074, and it's showing right now. Tiffany Williams stepping in. She'll lead things off with a 9-0 lead right now. Swing and a miss. So Williams down, no strike already, no balls and a strike. And Kristen Street is going to bat next coming up for Clearwater. It'll be Williams, Street, and Mays if anybody gets on. Back to the top of the lineup. This one popped up out of play behind first base. No balls and 2 strikes. 9-0 is the score right now. Make sure and share this feed for us on Facebook. We would greatly appreciate it. And this one up high for a ball. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes now. So Tiffany Williams now. You're listening to exclusive coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament. Not only, there's a nicely sharp hit ball, and Clearwater, they've got their first hit of the ball game. Score that one a hit as Street, or make that Williams rather. She got all of that one. Reese Dobbins, hard to contain that one. So Clearwater got their first runner of the ball game, and now Kristen Street rather is going to come up. Lydia Mays is on deck. Swing and a miss. Throw down to first base is not in time, according to the field umpire. So Tiffany Williams, leadoff base hit here in the 3rd inning. So Cloud, time is called.
Lights.
Home plate umpires looking for the lights here to come on.
Headlights.
Oh, headlights rather. Headlights, there they are. They're in the outfield. They're in the behind first base rather. So find someone to turn those headlights off. Our broadcast presented by Liberty, also being brought to you by Roof Raiders at Simmons Grocery and Hardware. Being brought to you by Farm Credit at Southeast Missouri, Cornell Trucking, White Sanders Funeral Home, First Choice Insurance, Christian Automotive and Tire, and the Scott Law Firm, all proud supporters of the OFC Tournament. Game number 5 here this afternoon. And it's been a dandy bringing all the games to you today. Ball taken up high. And Williams on first base trying to make Neelyville a little bit uncomfortable there. As Haygood walks her back. Nobody out here in the 3rd, a runner on first base. This one down low. And 2 balls and a strike. In the earlier games here today, Doniphan got a win over Twin Rivers to move on to the semifinals. In the second matchup, Neelyville took care of Naylor. In the 3rd game of the afternoon was a quarterfinal. It was Clearwater over Greenville, setting up a semifinal. Three balls and a strike in the first semifinal. The game before this one, Doniphan took on the number 1 seed, East Carter. And Doniphan got a big win. There's a strike on the inside part of the plate. Full count now. Gail tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in, Miss Gail.
3-2 full.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Here is the payoff pitch on the way. This one popped up, this one out towards center. And diving, was not going to be able to make the catch, but still and a base hit rather. So back-to-back hits here to begin this third inning. And now Lydia Mays is going to come up to the plate. She plays right field. She is on the way. 2 runners on, nobody out here in the top part of inning number 3. So now Clearwater trying to chip away at this lead. It's 9-0 right now. Time called by the home plate umpire. Little wind to talk about here today, which is good news. This one's on the ground, hit sharply towards second base. They try to go for the runner at first, and they're going to get the runner at first, rather. They try to go for the runner at second, couldn't apply the tag. So 1 out here in the inning, and now we're back to the top of the lineup. It's going to go 4-3 on the out. And now Abby Cheney coming up now. Cheney struck out her first time. And now 2 runners in scoring position on second and third base. Here is the opening pitch to Cheney. In there for a call to strike 1. Standing on third base is Tiffany Williams. Second base is Kristen Street. Becca Brewington is on deck. Popped out to left field her first time. Here is the 0-1 pitch on the way. There's a ground ball hit sharply. Hope the head coach of Neelyville's okay. She had to dodge that one. No balls and 2 strikes now to Abby Cheney, the center fielder for Clearwater. Now she steps back in at no balls and a couple of strikes. Cloud gets the sign that she wants. And here's the 0-2 pitch on the way. Just misses for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Our broadcast is presented by the Shooter Shack. Also being brought to you by Smokin' Aces at Stan Bader Trust, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, all proud supporters of the OFC Softball Tournament. This one's outside for ball 2 with 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kay Clark says, let's go Clearwater. Glad to have you alongside, Miss Clark. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes now. No runs on a couple of hits right now by Cloud of Neelyville. Swing and a miss, 2 down in the inning. So Cheney, her second strikeout of the game. There's a snap. This one's going to get into the outfield to left field. 1 run's going to come in. Here is the relay home. Got her at the home. So 1 run's going to come in to score. So we're going to go to the bottom half of inning number 3. Clearwater gets on the board at 9-1. And coming up for the Neelyville Lady Tigers, it is 9-1-2 when we come back. Clearwater down at 9-1. You're listening to the OFC Tournament live on today's talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM KWOC. So we are back here. So we are back, and here in the ball game in that last inning, Clearwater gets a run on 3 hits. They strand a runner. So it's now 9-1 is the score. And we're going to get a new pitcher coming in for Clearwater. It'll be Riley Hurt, number 21. She will come over from first base. Becca Brewerton is now going to move over and play first base. So that is the changes right now. Appreciate Teresa Rose keeping us in line on the changes in the field. 9-1 now is the score as Neelyville gives up a run in the top part of this inning. Our broadcast once again being brought to you by Russians Towing, J Blue Trucking, J.W. Walker and Sons Recycling. Also being brought to you by JG Concrete Construction, Southern Care and Comfort In-Home Agency, and being brought to you by Day One Chiropractic, proud supporters of the OFC Softball Tournament. So Neelyville right now with a 9-1 lead. By the way, the head coaches here for the Lady Tigers, Cindy Siebert on third base and Chris Smith is on first base. We talked to Miss Siebert earlier today. We'll try to get her back on the air following this game. Leadoff hit by Crosswhite over at second base, and not a chance. She's got a lot of speed. Crosswhite winds up on a leadoff base hit to begin the third inning. Time is called. Want to have to get a bat. Miss Ann Miller tuning in. Glad to have you alongside, Miss Miller. So tomorrow afternoon, we will have third place games and then championship. Hopefully the weather's going to cooperate. If not, we're going to blame it on Tim. So Lainey Dobbins comes up. She has walked and scored and singled and scored. Showing bunt, and it's going to go foul. No balls and a strike here, bottom half of inning number 3. Long afternoon, long day of softball, no doubt. Been a lot of fun. Bluff got a win earlier today in 7 innings. In the bottom part of the 7th inning, there's another foul ball. Bunted by Lainey Dobbins. Bluff was up 5-0 going into 7th inning. Gave up 6 runs on 5 errors. Mules came back to win it in the bottom part of the 7th inning on a walk-off bases loaded walk. 9-1 the score here at Three Rivers College. OFC Semifinals between Clearwater and Neelyville. This one's in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. September Pressler is on deck, and then Reese Dobbins. Nobody out here in the inning. Crosswhite standing on first base, and there's a rocket to a third base. Try to go for the double play, but instead they'll get the 1 out. It'll be a fielder's choice. It's going to go 5-4 on the out. So 1 down here in the inning. So Crosswhite thrown out at second base, and now September Pressler. She has singled and scored and grounded out to third base back in the second. She is batting for a 3rd time in 3 innings. Strike called. Launches 1 down. No good. Not going to be good. And now she got a stolen base, and she may come around to score. They're going to go ahead and send her. Dobbins comes in and scores. It is 10-1. Scores on a fielding error. So 10-1 now is the score. Dobbins came in from second base. She stole second, and then the ball got past a center fielder, and she was able to score from second. So now Pressler, nobody on, 1 ball and 1 strike. 10-1 is the current score. This one fouled away down the first base line to the net. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You all right, Tim? Okay. Got to make sure Tim is all right.
Yeah, when Lizzie was playing, that was different. You know, Lizzie's Exactly.
New pitcher on the mound is Riley Hurt. This one, it bounces up and catches the home plate umpire. Time is called. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pressler going to walk over and talk to head coach Siebert. So Pressler comes back up now. Pressler batting .333 on the season. Runners on, no runners on at this point. On deck is Reese Dobbins, who is 0 for 1 here in the ball game. She did walk and score back in the second. This one hits the dirt before the plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes, 1 away here in the bottom half of inning number 3. Neelyville, 1 down, it leads by 9 runs. It's 10-1. Coming up on 8 o'clock now. There's a fly ball out to center field and making the catch. Good job by the defense. Center fielder Abby Cheney comes in to make that catch. 2 down here in the inning. So now Reese Dobbins comes up. She's 0 for 1. She did walk and score back in the second. Nobody on base for Reese Dobbins. She also grounded out to third in the first. Infield playing back just a little bit. Neelyville, in these 2 games, they have pretty much just smoked the ball every chance they've gotten, every opportunity they've gotten. This one down the first base line, it's foul. No balls and a strike. 2 down here in the inning. So Hurt on the mound, second pitcher of the game for Clearwater. Trying to chip away at this lead. They're down 10-1. They did score a run in the third, top part of the inning. Neelyville scored 5 in the first, 4 in the second, 1 so far in this inning. There are 2 down, and it's an 0-1 count. This one in the dirt for ball 1, a 1 ball and a 1 strike. Big shout out to Willie here with the college, doing a great job with that scoreboard, keeping it up to date for us. That makes everything easier for Tim and I both. 10-1 is your score. This one got it on the ground. It's going to be booted by the second baseman and not in time. So Reese Dobbins is going to wind up and reach first base. And Dobbins is going to go right to the dugout. And we're going to get a pinch runner coming in. So we'll see if Dobbins is able to come back in following her leaving here with looked like an injury on first base. So Alexis Haygood, or make that Dixie Cloud rather, is coming up to the plate. Haygood is on deck. So 10-1 now, ball 1, no strikes, as Cloud has reached base both times she has came up to bat. She has scored 2 runs, an RBI base hit back in the second. There's a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. Coming up in the 4th inning, it will be 3, 4, and 5 hitters for Clearwater. This one bounces in front of the catcher, and the runner takes off and makes it to second base. 10-1 is the score. And this one taken outside for a ball. This one is outside for a ball, so a 2-out walk. Runners now on first and second base. And time is called. So the infielders all get together, and we'll take this opportunity to remind you our broadcast is presented by Day One Chiropractic, Southern Care and Comfort in-home agency. Also being brought to you by JG Concrete Construction, JW Walker & Sons Recycling, J Blue Trucking. Also being brought to you by Russians Towing, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Also being brought to you by Stan Bader Trust, Smokin' Aces, The Shooter Shack, Scott Law Firm, Christian Automotive and Tire, First Choice Insurance, White Sanders Funeral Home, Cornell Trucking. Also being brought to you by Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri, Simmons Grocery and Hardware, Roof Raiders, and Liberty. So 10-1 the score. And there's a strike called on the outside, part of the plate. There's a ground ball. This one hit hard to the shortstop, and there's the final out of the inning. It goes 6-3, but once again, Neelyville comes away. They add one more run, and now they lead a score of 10-1 as we go to the top part of inning number 4. You're listening to the OFC Tournament. We are live on today's talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM, KWOC. All right, so we are back as we get ready for the top part of inning number 4 for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Coming up, it'll be Reagan Shear, Riley Hurt, and Georgia Eaton, 3, 4, and 5, all due up here in the top part of inning number 4. Coming up tomorrow afternoon, we'll be back here live at Three Rivers College. Hopefully, the rain's going to hold off, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. That last game of the evening will be a barn burner for sure. Doniphan getting not 1 but 2 wins here today. They move on to the championship game. So, Cloud back on the mound for her 4th inning. It's 10-1 now, and we'll see what Shear can do to lead things off. This one's outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes.
I've never seen anybody's hair shake me right up.
Taking over, by the way, at shortstop, Reese Dobbins is not going to be out there for the time being. Instead, it'll be Lauren Crossgrove who will take over at shortstop. 2 balls and no strikes. Congratulations to the Donettes of Doniphan, making it to the OFC Championship game coming up tomorrow. More importantly, not only taking out the 5 seed, but then taking out the number 1 seed that was undefeated coming into this tournament. I didn't get a chance to watch the second game very much. And there's a ball 4, so walked her on 4 straight pitches, so Shear gets a leadoff walk. And that is the first walk issued. First walk issued of the game. This one inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. One ball and no strikes. And there's a quick throw down here, or I should say a fake throw down to first base. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Getting a little bit of light, a sprinkle or 2 here at Three Rivers College. There's a fly ball out to right field, and what a catch by the right fielder. 1 down here in the inning. Great job by Jade Crosswhite. 1 down here in the inning. So now Georgia Eaton coming up. She's 0 for 1 here in the ball game. So a strike called. So coming up to the plate now, Georgia Eaton grounded out to shortstop her first time. There's a swing and a miss. 1 down here in the inning. No balls and 2 strikes. McKinley Keister coming up next. Feel a little bit of some sprinkles here. And that's what we're seeing on radar. Just a little bit of light rain just to our north. There's a ball quickly thrown down to a second base, is not in time. Good job by Reagan Shear. She'll get credit for a stolen base and winds up on second now. Maybe we'll get lucky and that rain will move a little farther north of us. We can get through this game without any issues. So Cloud on the mound, 1 down, a 1 ball, 2 strikes to Georgia Eaton, who grounded out the shortstop her first time. Keister is on deck. Clearwater down 10-1, trying to chip away at this lead. We're in the middle innings now. And this one's a ball inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes. Big crowd here on social media on a Tuesday night. We love it. There's a foul ball to the screen. The count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. My good friend Joey Johnson tuning in all the way from Jackson, Missouri. Just told me that he announced his retirement coaching softball tonight. That's a bummer. Great guy. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball out to left field, and this one is going to be caught on the run by September Pressler. What a catch by Pressler out in left field. She had to cover a lot of ground, and there's 2 down. Or make that the 3rd out of the inning. Doubled him off. It's going to be a double play. So a double play there, as Shear didn't tag up, and that's how the inning will come to an end. So a leadoff walk results in no runs, no hits, nobody left on. We go to the bottom half of inning number 4. Neelyville, they lead at 10-1. You're listening to live coverage of the OFC tournament right here live on today's Talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM, KWOC. All right, we are back here live in Poplar Bluff, Three Rivers College. You know what's really cool is this is the first time I think Tim and I have actually been able. CJ is over here with me from Three Rivers College. You want to come over here and talk a little bit about the college? You might as well. Put on a headset on. Get her over here. I got CJ going to join me now. I miss these talks we used to have in the studio, CJ. The college, man, everything is great about Three Rivers except for the weather.
Exactly.
And I blame Coach. I blame Coach Knoll for that.
Yes, everything's Coach Knoll's fault. That's
everything is definitely his fault. So talk about what we've seen here today. OFC softball. I was just telling Tim, this is the first time that Tim and I have actually been able to call softball on video/radio, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, and our new facility, I mean, it's the same, obviously, J.D. Raines Field, but we've really updated the facility. We got to use it starting at the beginning of last year. What do you think about this netting with no poles?
I love the netting.
Isn't it beautiful?
I do, absolutely.
It really doesn't obstruct your view. We love that. We've really done some updates, so if you haven't been here, you haven't seen any games, I think the OFCs keep going tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I hope so. If Coach Knoll will hang the rain off a little bit on us.
Yeah, so I think OFCs are going again tomorrow. Get down here and watch some championships, watch some third-place games. The
championship game is at 5 o'clock, and right now Neelyville leads 10-1. If they hold on, they'll take on Doniphan, and that's going to be a really good matchup if that were to come to fruition. But you know what? Clearwater also poses a good challenge also.
They do. And, I mean, I've seen Clearwater make 8 runs in a comeback inning before.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's possible with anybody.
A lot of games still left to go here in the bottom part of inning number 4, and I'm just excited for the college. So many great things going on with the college. I know softball season's underway. Recruitment you guys are doing, getting ready for the summertime.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Registration's in full swing. If you're looking to register, come see us.
Absolutely, CJ. Am I going to get you back in the studio anytime soon?
Anytime you're ready.
All right. I'm going to hold you to that.
I mean it. Give me a call.
All right, CJ. We appreciate the time, my friend. Absolutely. CJ joining us live here at Three Rivers College. 10-1 the score right now. Neelyville in the bottom part of inning number 4. They lead at 10-1. So Hurt back on the mound for the leadoff batter here for Neelyville. And that is Leah Million. Heather says, "Let's go Tigers." This one taken in the dirt. But no, I was just going to say before CJ walked up, Tim, that everything is really evolving how we've been able to cover girls sports here this year. And I've got a daughter who plays high school ball, so I know sometimes women's sports are not taken seriously, but we're so glad that we're able to do this and shed a light on women's softball. And there's a first out of the inning by Leah Million. It goes 1-3 on the out. So one down. Bridget Million now coming up to the plate. 2 RBIs in the ball game, 2 base hits, 2 for 2. Jason Robinson says, "Good job, CJ. She's not behind me anymore, but I'll let her know, Jason." Big crowd here tonight. Joining us in person for the second semifinal game. I think it was pretty much a packed house in the first semifinal too, from what I understand. Good crowd on social media. 10-1 the score right now. Neelyville leads by 9 runs. No balls and a strike to Bridget Million. There's a ground ball hit sharply over to third base. Good job by the third baseman. Stayed with it all the way. Got her by a step. Good job. No doubt good play by Georgia Eaton at third base. She saved an infield base hit for sure. So now Riley Moore comes up. She is 0 for 2 in the ball game. But Moore, boy, she smashed one earlier today all the way out in right field. Here is the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. No balls and a strike. Here is the pitch on the way. There's a strike called. Found the plate. Good pitch by Hurt. No balls and 2 strikes. friend of mine just posted my daughter's prom pictures from Friday night. Tell you what, Tim, I'm not liking this whole graduating thing coming up. I got Teresa right here beside me. She's in the same boat that I'm in. Yep, she's got that look on her face like I'm not ready either. Our kids graduate the same day, May 1st. There's a ground ball hit sharply down the first base line, and there is the out. So a 1-2-3 inning here. We talked about this a moment ago. Still a lot of ball game left to go as we go to the top part of inning number 5. Still 10-1 as Clearwater comes to bat. You're listening to live coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament here on today's talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM, KWOC. Top part of inning number 5 is coming up, and McKinley Keister going to lead things off, followed by Tiffany Williams, and then Christian Street is all due up here in the top part of inning number 5. 10-1 is the score right now here at Three Rivers College. So what an afternoon of high school softball. What a great time, no doubt. Got a chance to call my daughter's final OFC game on the air. It was great. There's a rocket shot. This one just goes foul. Woo, wasn't by much. Good rip by Keister. Maybe about 6 inches down the foul line. She can straighten that out. That would have been extra bases for sure. 10-1 the score here as Keister, Williams, and Street all due up here for Clearwater. What I like about this Clearwater team is they're not giving up. They are not taking this game lightly, fighting with every out. Little ahead on that one. No balls and 2 strikes. Tiffany Williams is on deck. Williams got a run, scored the only run for Clearwater, and a base hit last inning. Or make that back in the 3rd, rather. Here is the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down on strikes. So for Dixie Cloud, that is her 4th strikeout of the game. There's a rocket shot. This one up the middle for a base hit. Nice hit by Tiffany Williams. She's got 2 in the ball game. She is standing on first base with 1 out. A big shout out to all of our sponsors once again making this tournament possible. Without our sponsors, we would not be here today. I think Tim's trying to bail on me over there. No one's calling you, Tim. Nobody wants to talk to you right now on the phone. Don't make me have to get Teresa over here to run this camera. Swing and a miss. No balls and a strike. Kristen Street, rather. Got a base hit. Her last at bat. Here is the 0-1 pitch. This one popped up. This one's going to be called by Million, Leah Million, and there's the first out of the inning, or 2 outs rather in the inning. Third baseman did a great job on that one. It's going to go F5 on the out. So, unless Clearwater can score a run, this game will end in 5 innings. This one fouled away to the screen. Coming up, we'll try to talk to the head coach of Neelyville if this score holds before we get out of here for the night. Try to set the stage on what could be tomorrow if the games go on as planned. No balls, then a strike. This one, throw down to first base. She takes off and goes to second. Safe. Good base running by Tiffany Williams. And she'll wind up on second base. Very good base running by Williams. So Lydia Mays, 1 ball, 1 strike. Abby Cheney awaits on deck. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mays, the 9-hitter in the lineup. There's a strike called. So now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's going to take Tim about 4 hours to break everything down. For me, I could be broke down in 5 minutes. Here is the 1-2 pitch. This one up high for ball 2. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Make sure and share this feed for us and let us know if you're going to come back tomorrow for 3rd place and championship. Preston Goodnight says the Neelyville High School baseball cheering on the girls from Myers. Appreciate that, Preston. 10-1, Neelyville, 3 balls and 2 strikes. They're 1 pitch away from moving on to a championship game tomorrow to take on Doniphan. There's goes down the first base line, third base line rather, a base hit. CJ says much warmer where the baseball team is watching the girls play. I will agree, CJ. Thanks for letting me know about that. The 2-out hit as Mays winds up on first base. Now we're back to the top of the lineup. This one up a little bit high. Runners on the corners now. Two balls and no strikes. So Neelyville trying to punch their ticket to take on Doniphan coming up tomorrow for the OFC Championship. There's a strike called right down the middle. 2 balls and a strike. Abby Cheney 0 for 2 in the ball game. Harriet, you're very much welcome. Appreciate you for tuning in as well. Yes, a big shout out to all of our sponsors. This one just misses for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. 2 down in the inning. Brewerton is on deck. So Abby Cheney trying to keep this inning alive. 3 balls and a strike. 2 down. Runners on the corners. 2 base hits in the inning. And now the bases are loaded. And Becca Brewington now going to come up to the plate. She's got an RBI base hit, and she's popped out to left field the only 2 times that she has batted. So now Coach Siebert's going to come out and talk to Dixie Cloud. And we'll see if she's going to change pitchers or leave her in. It looks like she's going to leave her in, just trying to maybe settle her down a little bit. She does. So we're going to stay with the same pitcher. So now Brewerton coming up now. She is 1 for 2 in the ball game. An RBI base hit back in the 3rd. Runners on every base. On 3rd base, it's Tiffany Williams. 2nd base is Lydia Mays. And now Abby Cheney standing on 1st. There's nowhere to put Becca Brewington. 1 ball and no strikes. Still 10-1 here by Neelyville. Coach Siebert came out to kind of settle down her pitcher on the mound. There's a strike called. 1 ball and 1 strike. Melissa says, go Dixie. She has pitched a great game so far today. There's a ground ball hit sharply over to third base. They go to first base for the out and got her. And we go to the bottom half of inning number 5. Still 10-1. Clearwater leaves them loaded. You're listening to the OFC Softball Tournament. Here live on today's talk, 93.3 FM, 930 AM, KWOC. I got to tell you, Tim, my good buddy Joey Johnson, the coach from Jackson I was talking about, announcing his retirement earlier. He's a big fan of yours in that camera angle. He's a big fan of the camera angles. Tim, I've always said this, and he knows this. He's the best in the business when it comes to what he does. There's nobody better. We've been doing this now for 2 years. It's like a science now. I wish you could see what he looks like right now. He is freezing sitting over there in his little chair. It's okay, Tim. We're almost done, buddy. Almost. We're going to go 9 more innings. Just his hands is about froze off. So Hurt back on the mound for Clearwater, stranding 3 runners in that last inning. Great sponsors once again making all this possible. Day One Chiropractic also being brought to you by Southern Care and Comfort In-Home Agency, JG Concrete Construction, JW Walker & Sons Recycling, J Blue Trucking, Russians Towing. Also being brought to you by Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. And being brought to you by Stan Bader Trust, Smokin' Aces, Shooter Shack, Scott Law Firm. Also being brought to you by Christian's Automotive and Tire, First Choice Insurance, White Sanders Funeral Home, Cornell Trucking, Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri, Simmons Grocery and Hardware, Roof Raiders, and Liberty. And there's a ground ball taken to second base and safe. She came off the bag. It'll be an infield base hit. So an infield base hit. And now we are back to the top of the lineup. So back to the top of the lineup, and Laney Dobbins showing bunt. So if Neelyville scores 1 run in this inning, it'll be ball game, and they'll move on to the championship game tomorrow afternoon against Doniphan. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a strike called. Well, I told my wife to get on Facebook and look at the pictures that were just posted. She had no idea they were on there yet. Now she's not a little emotional right now, so to speak. 1 ball, 1 strike. Showing bunt. What a good bunt by Dobbins. Dobbins is going to be, she's going to be safe. She came off the bag. So runners on first and second base. So runners again off the bag. Back-to-back base hits here, infield base hits. Laney Dobbins is on first, and now September Pressler coming up. She singled and scored back in the first, grounded out in the second, and popped out to center in the third. Big shout out to the athletic director for Twin Rivers, Kelly Westerfield, allowing us to be here and set up and broadcast the OFC tournament. The only question is, are we going to get the games in tomorrow? Are we playing tomorrow, Kelly? Do you know yet, or is it going to be a weather decision? She's like, she won't even tell me. No balls and a strike. Pressler now stands in, runners on second. There's another bunt. Once again, they're going to go to first base for the out. So there's one down in the inning, but the runners advance to second and third. All Neelyville has to do is score one run. And this ball game will come to an end.
Come on, Rudy.
So Reese Dobbins coming up to the plate. Time is called by Dobbins. 10-1 is the score. This one up high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. A lot of folks are asking about the game times tomorrow. As of right now, according to the bracket that we have, it's 3 and 5. Third place games will be at 3, championship at 5, and there's a shot. This one is gone. That is a 3-run bomb, and this game comes to an end. That took no time at all. 13-1 is the final score. We're going to try to talk to the head coach of Neelyville coming up. So now it is Neelyville and Doniphan. It's funny because Kelly, the AD, she backs away from me whenever I stand up, like I was going to get her on the air. I mean, if she wants to come over here, I'd love to have her on, but she's like, no. 13-1 is the score, and Neelyville on a walk-off 3-run homer sends the Tigers to the championship game. They will take on the Doniphan Donettes. Tomorrow is the projected time of the ball game. But we'll see. Tim, I want you to get this on camera. I like this. I'm going to hush. They're going to sit here and pray. I think it's a great thing. That is something that I think, honestly, should be done more in schools. Glad to see our Southeast Missouri kids understand that. Great show of sportsmanship. Each team getting together. That's a great sign. Love to see it. Glad that we were able to bring that to you. So Neelyville gets a big win here this evening. 2 wins here today, as a matter of fact. They go on to win 13-1 in this game, and that means that they're going to move on to the championship game on tomorrow, actually. And we'll see. We'll hope and pray that the games are able to go on. We'll keep you informed every step of the way. Before we say so long tonight, let's recap our sponsors here real fast, Tim, and we'll start at the top. Day One Chiropractic, Southern Care and Comfort In-Home Agency. Also being brought to you by JG Concrete Construction, J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling, J. Blue Trucking, Russians Towing. Also being brought to you by Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Stan Bader Trust. Also being brought to you by Smokin' Aces, Shooter Shack, Scott Law Firm. Also being brought to you by Christian Automotive and Tire, First Choice Insurance, White Sanders Funeral Home, Cornell Trucking, Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri. Also being brought to you by Simmons Grocery and Hardware, Roof Raiders, and Liberty, all of our sponsors for the OFC Tournament. And, of course, thank you again to everybody that tuned in on social media. We appreciate you and love you for doing that. And, of course, we are back on the air coming up, hopefully tomorrow, for the games. For the third place game, that'll feature East Carter and Clearwater, and that's going to come up at 3 o'clock. And then the championship game will feature Doniphan and Neelyville coming up at 5 p.m. For Tim Hicks, a big shout out to Sean Mannon also for coming out here and doing a couple of games so we could get the Bluff game on the radio side. And we didn't want to miss a play of this tournament or the Bluff game. He did a great job coming out here to help us out. A big shout out to our sales manager, Tereska Stockton, our general manager, John Rice, and, of course, our chief engineer, Charlie Lampy. For Tim Hicks, I'm Frankie Castile. We'll see you back here tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Our first pitch at 3 o'clock. Our pregame is going to begin around 2:30 right here live at Three Rivers College. You've been listening to exclusive coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament here on Today's Talk.